Top offenses in baseball, and the Chicago Cubs get ready for a tall challenge today against Jacob DeGrom and the New York Mets on Baseball Night in America. From Citi Field in New York, it is Game 3 of this 4-game weekend series. The Cubs and the Mets, with the Cubs having taken the first 2 games of the series, trending in the right direction, having won 5 of 6. Joe Davis with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. Things going well for the Cubs, not so much for the Mets, although they do today have the one good thing they've had for much of the season in Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, they sure do. And after a great start, they have to win every time this man takes the mound, and they have not done that at the rate that he's pitching. Really, when you think about DeGrom, his numbers are unbelievable. The team record, not so much. They need some luck, they need to support him, and they need badly to get on the winning ways.
Take a look at the lineup that'll face off with him, penned out by Joe Maddon. #1 in the National League, scoring more than 5 runs per game, and he's settled into Ben Zobrist the last couple of weeks in that ever-evolving leadoff spot. And it's Jason Hayward and Chris Bryant. Anthony Rizzo's heated up here in the month of May, following into June. Wilson Contreras bats 5th with Schwarber, Almora, and Russell. And really across the board, this has been the top offensive team in the National League this year.
Yeah, and that's after a rough weather in the first month. I mean, they went through the gamut, and so they've come through, survived it, getting more in rhythm and looking more like the Cubs we've seen the last couple of years.
Took the opener 5-1 on Thursday. And then a 7-4 win last night. The Cubs at 31-23, second place in the National League Central, chasing the Milwaukee Brewers, who have already won today. The Mets, meanwhile, 3-9 in their last 12 games, and for the first time this year sit below 500. Off we go with a fastball strike.
Jacob DeGrom, he possesses a combination of fastball, changeup, slider. And I look for most of the Cubs hitters to try to attack the first fastball they see as the game progresses.
A crackbat flare into right center field, and Ben Zobrist, who has had a red-hot start to this series, continues with a leadoff single.
I think this is what you're going to see from the Cubs hitters, because they don't want to get deep in the count. DeGrom's having a fantastic year, gets the ball a little bit too far up rather than in. And Zobrist, who 3 of the 4 at-bats coming into this matchup against DeGrom, ended in 1 pitch.
That was kind of the message from Joe Maddon. And with the hitters today, can't fall behind this guy. Deadly put-away stuff for the 29-year-old from Florida, who gets ready to work against Jason Hayward. Joe Maddon started hitting him second this weekend, first time in a couple of years. Hayward now in the 3rd season of that big contract that has not been good over the first couple of years. Better the last week or so, and Maddon liking his ABs. DeGrom's 1-0 at the top of the zone for a strike.
Well, for Hayward, a lot of people thought the power, certainly the body, would translate into some power, and those line drives would cut through that Wrigley wind, but it hasn't worked out that way. But he's had the last 4 games success. He's handled the fastball. It's the changeup, slider, and curveball for right-handers give him fits.
On this 1-1, he swings through a fastball up, and it's 1-2.
Fastball's above the hand. He has an unorthodox way that he gets the bat through the zone. Kind of been working on that the last couple of years to get the timing down. He's real good down in the zone. Up gives him fits with velocity.
On a 1-2 pitch, taps one foul. It's really been constant tinkering of the swing for Jason Hayward each of the last 2 off seasons. New hitting coaches in Chicago this year, and bonded with Chili Davis as they try to find something that works and recapture the early career form for Hayward in those all-star days in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's not an easy transition for any player who's used to muscle memory and just the way that you normally hit.
Another 1-2. And a flare to short left field. Back-to-back dunkers for hits for the Cubs to open the day against DeGrom. Take a look at the Bright House Financial defensive lineup for these Mets. This has been an issue for them this season, really across the board defensively. They've got Bautista in left, Conforto in center, and Nimmo in right field. On the infield, Guillorme at third, Rosario and Cabrera the middle infield. Kevin Plawecki making his third start of his career at first base. Kevin Mesoraco doing the catching, but Mickey Callaway wanting to get another right-handed bat in the lineup. And so Plawecki playing first. First and second, nobody out. Chris Bryant checks his swing on a strike. And he just keeps on getting better, this guy.
He's the guy that I'm so impressed with in his early part of his career. He's made changes each year to do something a little bit better than the year before. And you go, what? He was pretty darn good before. He's always trying to get a little bit better in every category of his game.
On an 0-1 pitch. Take strike two, and the evolution this year has been the strikeouts. He's hardly striking out anymore. You look at the numbers as a rookie, it was among the top 2 or 3 in the National League.
Yeah, he broke in along that team with a lot of guys that had that swing and miss type philosophy, and now they're starting to be less of a team that really throws away a lot of at bats, swings and misses. They'll make more contact.
First and second, nobody out. DeGrom to Bryant with an 0-2. And just after we talk about him cutting his strikeout rate, he strikes out against DeGrom, one away.
Well, every hitter has kryptonite, and that changeup right now against right-handers has at times given him fits. Now, nobody goes inside arm side fastball better than DeGrom. So you're protecting against 96 inside, and then he pulls a string on a changeup. Just not fair. I don't know many guys that be able to do that.
This is more the same for Jacob DeGrom. Hitters now 0 for their last 29 against him with runners in scoring position. And on the year 4 for 45 in these situations. First and second with one gone, and the batter is Anthony Rizzo. That's upstairs, ball one.
Well, Rizzo, one of the better hitters on the club in runners in scoring position. And he's starting to catch his groove. He was in a little bit of a funk early and starting to come out of it a little bit, but he is so impressive. He stands on the plate, he baits pitchers to basically say, you can't make 3 perfect pitches against me, and I'm going to take the outer part of the plate away from you, and I'm not afraid of getting hit on the inside part of the plate.
Bounces in there 2-0. It's an adjustment that he made early on in his career with the old Cubs hitting coach Eric Hinsky. Talked him into crowding the plate more. And he's just been so consistent through the years. 4 consecutive 30 home run campaigns for Rizzo. Got a first inning opportunity here. First and second with one away. And DeGrom's 2-0. Pop foul, it's 2-1, and time for the keys to the game, sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company.
Yeah, I'm not going on a far limb on this one. Take advantage of the opportunities for the Cubs. That's not the big limb I'm talking about. They have to be better with running a scoring position. It's the latter. Limit the bullpen for the Mets. They need a strong, if not complete game out of DeGrom, or at least 8 innings to bridge the gap and keep the bullpen from working as hard as they've had to work lately.
2-1. 2-2. Yeah, it has been a complete disaster for the bullpen, especially following Jacob DeGrom's starts. Over the last 12 games, regardless of who's pitching, this bullpen has 8 losses and an ERA near 8. Their pitching coach Dave Island. There's one of those opportunities for the Cubs right away this afternoon. Rizzo down the right field line. Nimmo going to play it on a bounce. They will hold the runner at third, and the bases are loaded on the 3rd consecutive flare hit against DeGrom to start the day.
I tell you what, we're in an industry where we measure exit velocity. Well, the exit velocity of these 3 hits doesn't even measure probably the exit velocity of your hardest hit home run. But that's what he does so well with 2 strikes. He does not give an at bat away. He puts the barrel of the bat somehow on the ball, and you have to respect the speed or the distance of which he can hit. So At that point, Zobrist can't get a true read. They held him, bases loaded. DeGrom still has an opportunity to get out of it. But 3 hits as a pitcher, you go, I did my job. I just can't control the outcome all the time.
Boy, doesn't Jacob DeGrom know that? The way his season is gone. I mean, nobody pitching better than this guy, but doesn't have the wins to show for it. With the bases loaded, Wilson Contreras takes a strike. Your key for the Cubs was cashing in on opportunities. And a golden one here against DeGrom in the first. It's at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-2.
Arm side fastball. If you ever hear that and you don't know what that means his command to his arm side or into a right-hander is as good as any right-handed pitcher I've ever seen, especially when he broke into the league. And now he's been able to throw the ball away when he wants and spin the baseball with a slider.
Looking for the strikeout, and Contreras takes it high. It's 1-2. I want to welcome those of you that are watching on FS1, joining us here in New York, where the Cubs and Mets play Game 3 of this 4-game series. 3 soft line drive singles for the Cubs to load them up against Jacob DeGrom. Is ready for this 1-2. Contreras fouls it off.
Hardest thing to do as a pitcher, especially in this situation with the bases loaded. You want to always try to put up a 0, but sometimes you got to take what the inning gives you and prevent a bigger inning. You'll trade an out. You'll trade a run for an out. Ideally, you'd like to throw a slider down and away and have Contreras hit it right to your shortstop and get a double play and get out of the inning after 3 bloop hits.
And another 1-2. Contreras looks at strike 3. DeGrom 97 to the corner for out number 2.
Well, he missed his spot, but the pitch was so good. You watch where he set up and then watch where he threw it. Outer third, 97, as you mentioned. Almost looked like Contreras might have been looking for a breaking ball or something off speed and got caught guessing. It's a huge out.
He's got himself on the doorstep of getting out of yet another jam as Kyle Schwarber stands in. They're one of the big hits in yesterday's comeback win, a 3-run home run. That's now 4 home runs over the last 10 games for Schwarber, who's really having a nice bounce back year.
He is, and you think he would after what last year taught him and the humility of the game and his success in the World Series. But if you're going to get him out, it has to be the height of that pitch right there, because he is so quick and can go left field, center field, right field with his power.
Strike 1 pitch goes back to that spot for strike 2.
That's just perfect execution. There's no reason to really change. You don't have to make it any better. But that's something you got to practice. I don't think a lot of pitchers practice that in the bullpen, to be honest. It's a misused opportunity with everybody trying to hit balls in the air and launch the ball over the fence.
Zobrist, Hayward, and Rizzo all singles here in the first inning. DeGrom trying to strike the side out around that to get out of it. 0-2. Back to the fastball up to strike him out at 99. And Jacob DeGrom out of a first inning jam. Jacob DeGrom wiggling out of that first inning jam with a fastball. 8 consecutive fastballs after the Cubs loaded the bases against him, and able to strike his way out of it. The Mets get ready to bat for the first time tonight with Brandon Nimmo having a huge season leading it off. Asdrubal Cabrera really has been their most consistent hitter. Bautista, a new acquisition. Conforto, Mesoraco, and Plawecki in the middle with Guillorme and Rosario rounding out the order. Against the 28-year-old Mike Montgomery, who makes his second start in place of Yu Darvish.
You know, I like this guy a lot. He's bounced around roles. Bullpen start, bullpen. Now he's going to start a couple. Great curveball, decent change, but fastball command will determine how long he goes for the Cubs tonight.
His first pitch of the night is in there for a strike on Nimmo, who's been one of the best stories for the Mets this season. First time he's gotten a chance at an everyday opportunity, kind of a silver lining to the Cespedes injury. And he's taken off. Here he rolls one softly to second. Ben Zobrist for the first out. As part of this defense, brought to you by Bright House Financial. The Cubs, one of the top defensive teams in the National League. Kyle Schwarber really improving in left field. Albert Almora very good in center. And Hayward, a 5-time Gold Glover, in right. Left side of the infield, Bryant and Russell, with Zobrist making that first play at second. Rizzo at first, and Wilson Contreras doing the catching for Montgomery.
Well, besides DeGrom, this would be the Mets MVP. He's having a great offensive year, but they need more contributors.
Takes ball one.
I don't understand. I love the way they built this park, by the way. And the reason I say that is because this was a pitching-rich organization with young pitchers that you're going to develop and you're going to bank your, the next 5 years on. But I don't understand how offensively they struggle so bad at home. I mean, it has been something that's gone longer than it should. And the reason I like the park, I don't understand the teams that go and build a bandbox and then go, I wonder why we can't get pitching in this ballpark. You ruin the psyche of your players, and you ruin the ability of thinking you're going to get a low-pitched game.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Cabrera. You're right, though, about the offense here. For whatever reason, they're more than a run per game better on the road.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. When you come home, you like your batting eye. There's different things that feel comfortable, but they have struggled. They've moved the fences in, too.
1-2. Flips one in the air to center. Almora, 2 up. And 2 down. Well, if in March you had Jose Bautista hitting 3rd for the New York Mets, you're the only one and you're a big winner. And the chances of this were not good. He started the season without a team. Then he went to the Atlanta Braves. 5 for 35 there. They released him. The Mets picked him up trying to help against left-handed pitching. And he's been pretty good in his couple of weeks here. It's a hard ground ball to short, bobbled by Russell, and that'll leave the door open here in the first.
Unusual error by Russell. Top spin. Ball was hit pretty firmly past Bryant. And Russell played it, I thought, pretty good, and it just rides up on his heel, and then that spin takes it past him. And Bautista not the fastest runner, but once this ball gets by Russell, error.
So Bautista's aboard on the 2-out error. And Michael Conforto digs in. Takes strike 1. And Mickey Callaway had said a few days ago that he's not a team meeting guy. Well, last night he held a team meeting. And one of the players that he cited as the reason for the need for that meeting is Michael Conforto, who sailed the cutoff man on a throw late in that game that allowed what would eventually become the tying run to move into scoring position.
Yeah, he said there was a couple things that were starting to bother him, and he felt this was the best time to address it. He gets in position, he kind of gets his feet caught there, and that ball sails. And then what you were talking about, now the runner at first goes to second. So whenever you take into consideration the moments in the game, if you go a little too fast and forget who's where, you just bring in the team's better chance to execute on your demise.
And Mickey Callaway made it clear that that wasn't an isolated incident. He's just not been happy with the way they've been playing lately, regardless of the outcome. It's the way that they've been playing the game, and wasn't going to deal with that any longer without saying something.
11-1 to his big league career.
Doesn't it feel like a long time ago?
Oh my. And then the health problems. That's what you can basically say about the New York Mets. It's all about health. If they're healthy, they're competitive, they've got a great chance.
Here's an 0-2. Conforto strikes out on a breaking pitch. 2 out air, but no damage and no score after 1.
Ended for DeGrom. He had wiggled out of some jam, and you're talking about first and second, nobody out, and strikes out Bryant, strikes out Contreras, and then gets the trifecta with Schwarber. That's a great job by DeGrom.
And he gets strike 1 on Albert Almora here to open the second. One of the hottest hitters in the National League here in Almora. The bottom third of the Cubs order against DeGrom here in the second. Home with an 0-1. Tapper along third foul, and it's 0-2.
You know, it's hard when you look at numbers and you look at stats when you're trying to find out about a guy, and you look at DeGrom, you can't find really a bad one, but you're also amazed at why his stats are what they are. It's amazing, and guys on the team start thinking about it, and they start pressing and they start stressing, and the bullpen knows that they haven't done their job. They should be winning these games.
Almora climbs the ladder, sends a high drive to right center field that Conforto and Nimmo converge on, and it's Conforto to catch it for out number 1. And it's something they've gotten used to around here, Ken Rosenthal.
Well, Jacob DeGrom, we saw it the last inning, Joe. With the bases loaded, he is supreme. 2 strikeouts there, 0 for 10 on the season. Opponents are against DeGrom with the bases loaded. Mickey Callaway, previously the pitching coach of the Indians, told me DeGrom is one of the best he has seen at sheerly competing. That means just getting his stuff ticking up when the pressure is on, and we've seen it here. Dave Island, also previously a pitching coach with the Royals, the Yankees. He says DeGrom is one of the fiercest competitors he's ever been around.
And it's freakish because he isn't completely satisfied with everything he's doing.
A broken bat flare, caught it short by Rosario.
And what I mean by that is, as a pitcher, you're constantly tweaking your mechanics, trying to get comfortable. And what he has is a freakish talent. Because when you look at him, he doesn't look like he's pumping a bunch of weight. Doesn't look like some of the other guys in the game. And he has an electric right arm. And that right arm, for the most part, unlike his teammates, has been able to stay healthy.
Faces his counterpart Montgomery and pours in a strike. Yeah, they've had 17 players on the disabled list this year. That's the most in the majors, and it's nothing new. Several years in a row they've dealt with the injury bug. Back home with an 0-2 and slapped down the left field line, but it'll peel to the seats.
I got a chance to do the debut of DeGrom, and there wasn't a bunch of hype about him when he got called up. No, not a lot of people knew about it. I loved it, and I said he instantly became one of my favorite pitchers to watch because of that fastball command, especially on the outside part of the plate.
Well, tonight's telecast is sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company. DeGrom back home with an 0-2 to strike him out at the knees, and a 1-2-3 second on just 11 pitches after that bumpy first. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Budweiser. Join the team that enjoys responsibly. Budweiser reminds you to drink wiser. Cubs and Mets scoreless to the bottom of the second in New York. Joe Davis, John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal. Cubs taking the first 2 games of this series, winners of 5 of their last 6, and now season high 8 games above 500. Chasing the Milwaukee Brewers in the National League Central. Well, the Mets try to get their season back on track. Devin Mesoraco has been a nice pickup for him. Return on the Matt Harvey trade. He's hit 5 home runs in his 18 games in New York. Yeah, looks at ball 1 from Mike Montgomery.
Yeah, a lot of people are surprised that the Mets were able to pull that kind of deal. I know Mesoraco is on his last year, but catching is a position the Mets need because of injuries as well.
1-1. Soon after that trade here, basically told the hitting coaches, look, I'm wide open to suggestions. Been a long time since that swing has felt right. So they've had him straighten up his posture. He was way hunched over when he was in Cincinnati. And it's clicked for him. 1-2.
Yeah, sometimes change the scenery, change the venue, and just flat out, as he mentioned, like, hey, give me what you got. I'm struggling. And, you know, the Mets have been able to piece this season together. If they can hang in there and get some guys healthy, I think they're going to be fine.
That's hit foul. You see the differences in the setups. Subtle.
Yeah. One park, bandbox. The new park, he's got a big yard.
It's another one. Foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's a guy that was an all-star. You know, it's easy to forget that, but 2014, Devin Mesoraco was an all-star in Cincinnati. And then the injury bug bit. He's only played in 130 games total the last 4 years since that all-star season. Chases a changeup, strike 3, 1 gone. And you're talking about that start to the season for these Mets, an 11-1 seems like an eternity ago. And what a start it was in Mickey Callaway's first season as the manager, but since then, with the injuries and the changes the roster has gone through, a couple of deals as well. Only the Marlins worse in the National League, and it's only by a half game. 16-27 since that 11-1 start, and for the first time this year below 500.
Yeah, that's hard to believe. I mean, you know, you never buy into those streaks and peaks and valleys. They're going to happen. Every team's going to probably win 4 in a row and at least lose 4 in a row. But when you start 11-1, you've bought yourself a nice cushion. You just don't think you're going to flip it upside down in that record that you just showed to this point.
Ball on a strike on Kevin Plawecki. Mickey Callaway's got to be thinking, hey, he's managing things easy.
They were rolling, man, and he had the horses on the mound that looked like they had made some adjustments from last season. Of course, Syndergaard put on all that muscle and made some adjustments to his workout program, and it wasn't until a finger sidelined him. But Steven Matz, to me, is the one that just seems like there's always one guy around that finds a way to have some injuries follow his career. Because the upside, when you think about Wheeler and Matz and Syndergaard and of course DeGrom, I'm telling you, that's no joke. That team can compete against anybody's top 3 or 4 in the National League, especially 1 and 2.
2-2. It's full.
But in 2015, I kept telling everybody, as bad as the Mets fans wanted this to work, and it almost did. They took Kansas City as far as you could. Be careful what you wish for from young pitchers in today's world who had been pushed beyond the limit, and they've been paying for that a little bit since then.
Pop fly. Contreras to give it a look, but out of room. We mentioned 17 players on the disabled list this season at one point or another. David Wright trying to make another comeback attempt, but he's missed most of the last 4 years. Cespedes signing that big contract, and it's kind of the elephant in the room now that he's been banged up and unavailable much of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, and that one hurts. I mean, that's the part with that match. You see all those games missed. Got to have your 3-hole hitter.
That's a walk for Plawecki. First one of the day issued by Montgomery. Sounds like Todd Frazier closer to returning than Yoenis Cespedes. Sometime next week for Frazier is likely.
And I got to say this, because Todd Frazier is one of the guys that could have the influence in this club with position players, but it's a lot easier to have it when you're playing than when you're not. And that's the biggest problem for me, that Todd Frazier not being activated and, you know, getting in the lineup, being able to play. That influence, not that you lose it, you still have impact, but you have more impact, I believe, when you're playing.
Luis Guillorme, the hitter here, is one of the guys that's benefited from him being out, getting a start at third and banging a base hit over Zobrist. Really not just Frazier out at third, but then Wilmer Flores out at third, and Guillorme seeing more time. First and second with one away, and up comes Ahmed Rosario. Slowly but surely making steady progress here in his first full major league season. Former top prospect, made his debut last August and had a pretty good start to his career. Problem for him is that across town you've got Gleyber Torres, who, fair or not, he seems to get compared to all the time. That is a tough comparison. Strike one.
It is. Talking to some former infielders, they were a little concerned when he broke into some mechanical flaws that they're working on. Things that, as a shortstop, you know, defensively, he has to be one of the cornerstones up the middle.
That stopped at third by Bryant, who gets to his feet and gets the out at second. 2 gone.
This is a great play by Bryant. We all talk about his offensive capabilities, but defensively as a tall third baseman, pretty good with his feet. And then recognizing pitchers on deck, we just got to get one out. And there's a nice job by pitcher knowing his teammate picked him up. Now here's a situation where DeGrom has not been allowed to really swing because of a hyperextended elbow in one of his swings. This has got to be eating him up right here.
Competitor like him and a former slugging shortstop in college. Hasn't swung the bat since that injury in early May.
Now, I'm surprised here that Bryant is not in more and that DeGrom, unless he's been cleared to swing, wouldn't try to bunt down the third base line, use his speed and get a cheap run.
Better than standing there. You see that brace that he hits with.
Sure looks like he's ready to swing. That maybe only time he's allowed to swing is if he can help his cause. I'd come out of it. I'd be like, hey man, we're not winning a lot of games on pitching. I'm going to try to do it myself here.
It's be the ultimate ambush here. First and third, 2 out, and a 1-1 pitch. He does swing away and sends a lazy fly ball to left field for Kyle Schwarber. That's that in the second. Jacob DeGrom back to the mound. Mickey Callaway joins us. And Mickey, I know that things have been tough the last week or two here, but no better guy to have taken it for you today than him, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's been tremendous, especially in these high leverage situations like you saw in the first inning. He just goes out there and keeps on competing and puts up zeros.
Mickey, there's no perfect formula to managing, and you've been given many challenges with injuries and having to shuffle the deck. How close are some of the guys to coming back?
They're very close. You know, we're going to get some guys back in the next week, and you know, that'll be good for us. But you know, when guys are out, you got to trust your guys that are filling in and to go out there and get the job done. And you know what? Sometimes it's tough.
Mickey, we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Top of the order for the Cubs, and Zobrist to lead it off against DeGrom, and he takes a strike. That is 30 strikes out of the first 34 pitches for DeGrom. That's pretty good.
I'd say he feels connected to his mechanics, certainly hitting his spots. He has a unique way of which he throws the baseball that all pitchers try to figure out, from their landing spot to their front shoulder to their release point. And I know that DeGrom, in talking with him in passing, you know, you get caught up in velocity. And a couple years ago, he got caught up in velocity, tried to throw it harder and harder and harder. And then getting connected with the mechanics and hitting your spot, still at 97, by the way, is proven him well. And he can throw strikes with the best of them when he's connected.
Gets hit on Zobrist, who stays alive 1-2.
Slender guy pitches off the first base side of the rubber, and when you get your legs under you and you don't leak that left shoulder out towards first base, we call it going down the line on plane, and you let your talent do everything else.
That talent's picked up 5 Ks already. So 1 away here in the third for Jacob DeGrom, who is making his 12th start of the season, and over the last 8, how about these numbers? He's 2-0 with a 0.94. 7 times he has allowed 6 runs or 1 run or less. And the Mets, though, the issue is they're not taking advantage. Bullpen's coming in and ruining all the good work.
It's unbelievable. And there are certain stats and years you just go and shake your head. There's no way that can continue. If he keeps pitching this way, no way does that trend continue.
Hayward, strike 1.
Here's the one I find the most amazing. I look at this all the time because I want to see what a pitcher does with the lead. When he does, how does he pitch behind? How does he pitch tied? Those elements, what happens? You know how many innings he's pitched behind this year?
I wouldn't guess it's many.
2.
Yeah.
And I looked at it twice and I'm going, no, that can't be. 2 innings he has not pitched with either the game tied or the lead. Charlie Morton, and sure, has had some of those. He hasn't lost, but that doesn't mean it's only 2 innings for him. That's how good the year has been. And more importantly, I can promise you this, his attitude from afar in the games that don't work the way has been impeccable.
We got a piece of home plate umpire Trip Gibson.
This ball catches him in a spot you don't really want to have. You know the catcher, Mesoraco, he's like, I am so sorry, because it's not like it ain't 98 miles an hour coming there. And he just looked like he barely got it. That is not a popular feeling.
No. Ask Yadier Molina, Cardinals, who still working his way back. Well, coming up on Monday, the 2018 Major League Baseball Draft. Coverage begins Monday night on MLB Network and MLB.com. Cubs will pick 24th. Mets have the number 6 pick in the draft, with the Tigers going number 1 overall. And maybe taking a Tiger out of Auburn.
Yeah.
That's strike 2.
I've seen that kid, just some video breakdowns, and oh man, can he command the baseball.
Undrafted out of high school?
Yeah, he had a couple injury problems in high school, and then he looks like he's overcome them at Auburn. If you want to talk about a strikeout to walk ratio, wow. And a split finger that does a couple things. So look, today the draft's so much different than it used to be. I mean, teams are valuing those draft picks like gold, whereas you would go and get a free agent. Now draft picks are.
Another broken bat. Boy, there have been like 5 of them already for DeGrom, and an easy play for Cabrera at second. 2 out. That thing destroyed. And, you know, the Cubs, big part of what they've turned into is what they've done with their first-round picks. It's one thing to hit on a couple of them, but 5 years in a row, you got guys that are making big impacts in the majors.
Really is incredible. And you think about the model that the Cubs were able to make the reboot, right? Each team, when they reboot, goes through a really bad period of losing. Well, they did it a different way. They didn't go with the young arms. They went with the position players that they felt would stay healthier and on the field, and then they went and got the arms via trade or free agency, and it worked out great.
Here's one of those guys in Chris Bryant who swings and misses. Second overall, 2013. Made his debut less than 2 years later. He debuted after a billboard of his likeness debuted at Wrigley. That's how big of a deal his coming up was.
Well, do you remember all the hubbub about, oh, how could he not make the team out of spring training? The people were mad. I think it worked out okay.
Delayed gratification. The billboard said worth the wait. Perfect. On a 1-1 pitch, Bryant. It's a chopper foul, and it's 1-2. 26 years old. He's in his 4th year now, which is hard to believe. Rookie of the year in 2015, won an MVP the next year. And he has continued to evolve like the great ones do. Something different every year that he's adding to his game. On a 1-2 pitch, he swings and misses, strike 3. DeGrom's gotten him both times. Bookend strikeouts around this shattered bat of Jason Hayward. No score to the bottom of the 3rd. Mike Montgomery very efficient so far. 23 of his 30 pitches have been strikes. And ready to face the Mets order for the 2nd time. Brandon Nimmo to lead it off. Then Cabrera, then Bautista. Goes after the first pitch and a ground ball to second. Zobrist throws Nimmo out. Joe Maddon wearing the mic for us today.
Smoltzy, Joe Davis, and Kenny Rosenthal. Kenny will be walking around any second. I haven't seen him yet.
Smoltz just qualified for.
Yeah.
Congratulations, John.
Yeah, for the Senior Open. Yeah.
Shot 87 the other day, and I'm proud of it.
That's pretty impressive. That's what I was talking to him about before the game, how it's got to be so fun to be back into a competitive situation again. More than anything, to be able to compete.
Big week for you, huh?
Oh, my gosh. You have no idea. Joe Maddon was 100% right. You know, when you compete in this league for as long as I did, enjoyed every second of it, there is a void that comes after you're done playing. And
Tapper off of the bat of Cabrera, and an easy play for Montgomery.
I promise you, I don't want to sound. You know, this is probably going to come out a little weird. Right now, I'm talking myself out of being that's the last hole and it's the last swing of the round to get the 69 to give me a chance. I wasn't, the anxiousness was off the charts.
So you had to sit around all day.
Yeah, 7.5 hours or thereabouts. My day started at 5:15 in the morning, and I left the course at 8:30 p.m. But what I was about to say might sound, I don't want to make this sound like I'm jading my career. Somebody asked me, what was that like 2 days ago? And I said it actually surpassed my first win in the big leagues, the feeling of that. Because of just the unexpected, something you think about as a wild dream. You know, I honestly, my teammates were tired of hearing me say while I was playing, one day I'm going to do this, hoping to do it. And it's been a permanent smile for about 36 hours.
Bautista with a ground ball off of Chris Bryant into short left. Bautista will throw on the brakes. And Schwarber picks it up and guns behind him. So it was a three-man playoff for the final spot. These other two guys got to be thinking, really? John Smoltz, really? Can't you take your World Series ring and your Cy Young and have that be enough? You got to have this too.
I can tell you there were a lot of feelings and emotions that I had to fight through. And look, everything I've done in life, I learned from my failures. And I think people don't understand how much baseball players fail. We all think superstars are going to have, the guys that we're seeing today are going to have like nothing but glory days. I've learned a lot through some humbling moments. And irregardless of how that turned out, I was going to learn a valuable lesson, because at no point in my career in baseball was I as nervous as the shot I was about to hit on that final shot on the third playoff hole. And I'm just being honest. And so I learned a lesson. I got to back away. If I'm not ready to hit a shot, I can't hit a shot. The same way I think as you're pitching on the mound, if you're not committed, I used to back off the rubber and wait till I was committed.
Joe Maddon mic'd up for us today. Are you going to mic up for us on FS1?
Absolutely. If they can get that approved, look, I got simple goals: to have the time of my life, to be as competitive and do as well as I can, but to give like a perspective.
Yeah.
Like, this is not something, and a buddy of mine were talking, I didn't get handed this. I literally earned it. So I'm gonna try to share what that moment's like in the best way I can, and what better way than on Fox.
Little roller to second. Zobrist will throw Conforto out. June 27th through July 1st for the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs. You'll see that man in the U.S. Senior Open. Wow. Telecast is sponsored by Chevy. Chevy has earned J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs. And by McDonald's new 100% fresh beef quarter pounder burgers, cooked right when ordered. It's turned into a nice night in New York. Anthony Rizzo opens the fourth, swings and misses, strike one. There are chances of rain pretty much throughout the week, and it seems like it has rained wherever the Mets have been lately. The Cubs can relate with the weather they dealt with in April. DeGrom back home with an 0-1. 0-2.
Now here you're going to see Rizzo go into his two-strike approach. Not many guys do that anymore. But he'll shorten way up on the handle of the bat. Of course, he's on top of the plate, so he's inviting those pitches in there.
It's with that two-strike approach that he also to base hit his first time.
Oh,
swings and misses on a pitch that hits him.
That's what I was.
Your point is well taken. On a breaking pitch that curves in on him, and he swings through it for the 7th K.
This is just a hard slider in. Watch where it hits him in the leg. He swings and misses and gets him right in the quad. And that's what he's not afraid to do. And he's a big, strong guy, and that just tells you how good the pitch was.
And DeGrom has really settled in. First one to Wilson Contreras. You know, 3 of the first 4 hitters had those bloop singles, but since Rizzo's base hit in the first, he's retired 9 straight with 6 Ks.
I'm telling you, so many bad things can happen when you're in a rut and you feel like every game's been close and you're not winning games and you load the bases up. More importantly, first and second, nobody out. And he gets out of it.
On a 1-1 pitch, Contreras takes ball 2.
Looking at his numbers again, the other thing that blew me away, when the team scores 2 runs or less, and he's had 3 of those games, he hasn't given up an earned run. Those are where you get your losses as a pitcher. 3 to 5 runs. He's had 4 of those games. He's only given up a 0.64 ERA. So when he gets 6 runs or more, which is 4 games, he breathes a little bit and has a normal 3.24 ERA. That's the difference of pitching with runs versus not, always in a tight game. And it seems like the innings are quick. You pitch, you go to sit down, 3 minutes later, it seems like you go pitch again because the team's not scoring.
Here he comes with a 2-2, and it's outside. He started his career Rookie of the Year 2014. All-Star the next year, was a key piece during the pennant run. Dealt with some injuries in 16. Solid year last year coming back. Making a case for Cy Young this time around. He's walked Contreras, and the Cubs have a 1-out base runner. Well, this summer, the 2018 FIFA World Cup is coming to Fox and FS1. Every match live and over 300 hours of coverage. The world's biggest sporting event begins June 14th on Fox and FS1. You have qualifying for that lined up like next week?
All my daughters have played enough soccer where I can take a break for a while on not trying to play that sport. They've done it for me.
You let them have that one.
Yes.
Kyle Schwarber, strike 1. Twelve of the 15 hitters he's faced, he's gotten ahead. That is a recipe for a tough evening for the Cubs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ideally, the changeup should give Schwarber some problems off of DeGrom, but you saw the fastballs above the head, the hands earlier.
Going to that spot with a 2-1 instead of throw over. Now that's the area of the swing that pitchers attacked against Kyle Schwarber last year, when he had one of the highest strikeout percentages in baseball. His hands were lower, exaggerated uppercut, having a hard time getting to those elevated fastballs. So his first strikeout, that's kind of been the exception rather than the rule this year, as he's adjusted. Fly ball to left field. Jose Bautista for out number 2. Two gone and a scoreless 4th, and up comes Albert Almora. Over his last 20 games, hitting .397, which puts him in the top 5 in the National League. And started this season in a platoon with Ian Happ. Started to earn more and more playing time. Part of the success was that Joe Maddon was giving him good matchups, but Joe told us before the game it really doesn't matter who he's facing now. He's hitting them.
Yeah, he's one of their better defenders, and as Joe Maddon said, one of their better fastball hitters. He hit a high fly ball off a high fastball to right field that actually the center fielder caught.
And when he started in center field, the Cubs 11 games above 500. Anybody else, which has mostly been Happ, below 500. 24-year-old from Florida on this 1-1 pitch. Climbs the ladder, fouls it back, 1-2. He has absolutely owned the Mets over the course of his 3 seasons in the majors. He's reached in all 12 games against him, and he's hitting above 500 in those 12 games.
It's approaching Chipper Jones territory, tormenting the Mets.
We had a pretty good view of that. Chases here, strike 3. And Jacob DeGrom keeps on rolling. 8 Ks through 4 shutout frames. With the Cubs tomorrow afternoon, then they host the Orioles, and the Yankees come in next weekend. You can get those tickets on Mets.com. Bottom 4, no score. And Mike Montgomery back to work against Devin Mesoraco. He offered strike 1. Both pitchers very efficient attacking the zone. That is 31 strikes out of 41 pitches. Strike two.
Fastball command. Sometimes he gets loose with that, and that is an indicator that he won't last very long if he doesn't have his fastball command. So tonight he has been on point with his fastball. I said the curveball is tough to hit either side. Batters just don't see his break. It's late breaking. He's got a nice changeup he's bringing along. Still hard to believe if you're going to ask Cubs fans 10 years from now who got the last out.
That's a good trivia question. Roller to short. Addison Russell for the first out of the inning. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, Mike Montgomery never formally requested a trade this winter, but he let it be known publicly that he wanted a chance to start or a chance to go somewhere else. Now he seems more at peace with the situation now, more understanding of the team's needs. He told me, I can't cry about it. I have to be good at pitching, and the rest will take care of itself. Joe Maddon told him in spring training, you're probably going to get 10 to 15 starts. Be ready.
One out for Plawecki, who takes a ball. Yeah, Montgomery finally getting that first opportunity against Pittsburgh on Monday. He was perfect into the 5th inning. Finished off 5 2/3, gave up just 2 hits, no runs. Another ground ball to short. If he had enough innings to qualify, he'd have the highest ground ball rate in baseball, and he's induced a bunch of them tonight.
Yeah, he's a bigger guy that throws downhill with the sinker, and you just saw another changeup right there. So he creates an uncomfortable angle for the hitters. And when you spin the baseball today, in today's standard, you spin a baseball today and you can do it well, you can get a lot of outs. I mean, coming into the game, basically 0.62 off his curveball from both sides of the plate.
It's top 5 in the majors. Similar with the changeup that you're talking about. That's top 5 in the majors average against. Working against Luis Guillorme. 2 out in the 4th inning. And falls behind 2-0. Montgomery's 28 years old. He's been traded 3 times. First drafted in the 1st round by the Royals. They traded him to the Rays. Rays to the Mariners. Mariners to the Cubs for that 2016 championship. 2-1.
And it's hard. I mean, when you bounce back and forth, you either think you're not very good as a starter, that's why you're in the pen, or you got a valuable role in the pen, and you know, identity of who he is and what he's trying to be. So he's had to bounce back and forth.
Another ground ball. And a 1-2-3 inning on 9 pitches. Addison Russell leads off the 5th and takes strike 1 from Jacob DeGrom. We're at a bit of a bumpy first inning, giving up 3 soft singles. No hits since then, and he struck out 8. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He could use a quick inning here. I know when you're dealing and striking everybody out, you know, add to your pitch count. He's got the bottom of the order. You can get through this inning in like 9 pitches or less. You start thinking about 8 and 9.
Which is what you're desperate for if you're the Mets right now. DeGrom to Russell with a 1-2.
I know it's a different era, and I know guys pitch according to the reward system that we have, and strikeouts are a big part of it. It's not penalized as a hitter. Everyone's swinging for the fences, it seems like, but there were times where when you were pitching in a game, you knew that you could pitch to contact and get some outs quicker than striking guys out.
Russell offered that strikeout number 9.
And if the strikeouts happen, they happen, right? But you see too many guys sometimes go from 1-2, 0-2 to 3-2 and add their pitch count. And you can see there Russell couldn't hold up. And this would be the inning that he could utilize that very topic and get 10, 12 pitches and 3 outs.
Struck out Montgomery his first time up there and gets a fastball by him here.
Mr. Montgomery looks like he knows what he's doing at the plate. I see 250 at his batting average. Some pretty good swings.
And a good looking take.
He got lucky there.
He did.
Pitcher to pitcher, that usually is a strike. And you don't mind it if you're the pitcher at the plate.
Pitchers, by the way, against Jacob DeGrom this year. Hitless in 17 tries with 12 strikeouts.
You can understand that.
On this 2-1, Montgomery hits it to second. That's more than most guys have done. 2 out. The 2018 Camping World MLB All-Star Ballot is now open and exclusively online. You can vote for your favorite players at MLB.com/vote. Catch all the excitement of the 89th MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard on July 17th, live on Fox and on ESPN Radio. Your May pitchers of the month, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer. Jacob DeGrom saying, hello, I can't help that they're not getting me any runs.
Yeah, it's a great argument. It really is. And still time to see that change. Justin Verlander has the same kind of credentials now that DeGrom has as far as lack of run support, lack of the totals of wins going in his category. But man, oh man, since they got him, Houston's a whole different ball club. Garrett Cole, Charlie Morton, McCullers. Good luck to everybody in the American League if those guys stay healthy.
Zobrist chops one to first. Plawecki to the bag, and the Cubs down in short order. There's that efficient inning you were looking for. Just 12 pitches for DeGrom. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Boost Mobile on a gorgeous night here in the Big Apple. No score. The bottom of the 5th we go. Joe Davis, John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal. Mike Montgomery pitching one heck of a game for the Cubs. It's now 2 and his 2 opportunities with Yu Darvish on the disabled list. Eight, 9, and 1 for the Mets here in the 5th with Ahmed Rosario to lead it off. There's strike 1.
Against left-handers, Rosario had much more success with off speed. Has not handled the fastball, which is interesting from the right side.
Well, who would have thought coming into the season that here in early June we'd be talking about the starting rotation is probably the biggest issue for the Cubs. When you look at what they put together in the offseason. That's smacked up the middle. Diving play by Addison Russell to take a base hit away from Rosario. And the defense behind one of those starting pitchers giving them a boost here.
Outstanding play, and we finally have some pitchers that will allow the ground ball to be fielded by their defense. In a game where there's strikeouts, walks, and homers, the athleticism is being not on display as often. And that right there is a tremendous athletic play by Mr. Russell.
Jacob DeGrom, who's swung for the first 2 times in the last month. It's at foul, strike 1. Yeah, the Cubs rotation, walks have been the biggest issue. That's especially Tyler Chatwood. But Yu Darvish has had a couple of DL stints. Not been great when he's been healthy. Quintana has underwhelmed for much of the year. Well, those 6 shutout innings on Thursday night. Really, Lester and Hendricks have been the guys that they've leaned on in that rotation. And then the bullpen, which was kind of a question mark coming in, has been one of the big strengths.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've shuffled the deck a little bit. The turnover for closers, Chapman, Davis. Now a guy you're familiar with, Morrow. I still can't get enough of actually the bullpen shots in Chicago.
Oh yeah,
That is priceless.
Montgomery sits down. DeGrom 2 away. Darvish, $126 million deal. Tyler Chatwood 3 years for $38 million. And a lot of Cubs fans right now are watching what Jake Arrieta's doing in Philadelphia and saying, man, he sure would look good in a Cubs uniform again.
Yeah, I'm still believing in Yu Darvish. I mean, he has got the arsenal that can be condensed. If they condense, he's got too many pitches and too many release points. And if they can find a way to condense that, and of course keep him healthy, I think you're going to see the fruit pay off in Yu Darvish long term.
Brandon Nimmo, 3rd time up there, has wasted no time attacking Montgomery tonight. Takes this one for a strike.
Anytime you have turnover and new pitchers come into a club with high expectations, the natural reality is to press a little bit. Certainly Yu Darvish coming off of last year where the ending wasn't great. You're going to be sensitive to that stuff.
And it doesn't help when the Cubs fans are watching Jake Arrieta do this. They're the best earned run average in the National League in the month of May. Coming off a great start at Dodger Stadium earlier this week. And the Cubs did offer him. He elected to move on, and so the Cubs did too, to Yu Darvish.
What Jake's doing is pretty impressive. He did show some signs of leaking, meaning there were some concerns about his mechanics and consistency. He went through a historic stretch of the most dominant pitching we've seen in a long time, and then showed the inability to command the strike zone. And what he's doing in Philly and for Philly after the offseason free agency, the lag and drag of it, it's impressive on what he's doing so far.
Montgomery to Nimmo with a 1-2. That's way high. Ball 2. Couple of ground outs to second for Nimmo tonight.
The difference for the Cubs this year, when you talk about them trailing the Brewers, and they trailed the Brewers all the way through the All-Star break and beyond, Brewers are a much better team. It's not the same Brewers team that was last year run down by the Cubs getting Quintana in the second half. I still maintain the Brewers are going to have to find another starting pitcher, though.
Nimmo down on strikes. Montgomery with a 1-2-3 fifth with some help from his defense. Addison Russell with a sprawling play. And after 5 innings in New York, no score on Baseball Night in America. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by USAA Insurance, banking and investments tailored for the military community, and by Hankook Tire. Chase down your passion, never halfway. Jason Hayward leads off this inning against Jacob DeGrom and flips it foul. 0-1. Now the Cubs getting 3 singles against DeGrom in the first inning. Hayward had 1 of those, but just 1 walk since then. He's racked up the strikeouts, 9 of them total. His 0-1 pitch. Fouled off, strike 2.
On a perfect world, I always said when I was pitching in a tight game, the perfect solution to a win is make it tight the entire way and then let your team score in the 7th or 8th inning because you're locked into a 0-0 game. You know you got no room for error. Concentration at the highest level, and then your team surprises you with some runs late.
Still waiting on that surprise, DeGrom. That's muscled into short right. Nimmo comes on, lays out, and plays it on a bounce. Smothered it, and Hayward has a leadoff single in the 6th.
DeGrom seen all that he can see. This is a great effort. The ball is just going away from his glove. He positions his glove. He knows at that point he can't get it, so he's hoping that it doesn't go by him.
So Hayward leads off the 6th inning with his 2nd hit. And here's Chris Bryant, who checks his swing on a strike. You're talking Bryant's first time up there about him limiting the strikeouts, but he's gone down on strikes both times tonight. By the way, the hardest hit against Jacob DeGrom tonight, 74 miles per hour off of the bat. Average is 89. That's jammed to right, and the beat goes on. Another softly served base hit. Hayward first to third, and the Cubs have him cornered with nobody out.
So here's the problem with this, besides the obvious. Now it throws you in the 6th inning in a stress situation. You're going to have to battle out of this. Look at the ball up out of the zone. And then DeGrom just says it all when he goes, come on. As a pitcher, sometimes just hit a bullet. You can't take that. Hit a bullet. I can live with a bullet. And now he's in a 1st and 3rd, nobody out, and a team that has not scored a lot of runs for him tonight or in the last 5 games. This is where the stress pitches mean more than the actual number of pitches.
Which is at 81, but kind of a repeat of the first inning here, and that he's in a ton of trouble trying to work his way out of it with Anthony Rizzo up there. Tied for the National League lead in RBIs in the month of May. Getting back to doing what Cubs fans expect him to do after a slow start. He's got Hayward at 3rd, Bryant at 1st, and a scoreless 6. So
here's the hardest thing. Greg Maddux used to teach me this better than anybody by watching him. The tendency as a pitcher right now, when you know your team's struggling, you want to get a win. The tendency right now, 1st and 3rd, nobody out, is to try and get out of this without a run. You can't think like that. In the 6th inning, you got to trade these 1 run for outs. You can't allow this inning to represent 3 runs. You just say, okay, the guy on 3rd is going to score, but I don't want the guy on 1st to score. So how do I get back into the game or this at bat by getting an out even though a run could score? And I'm telling you, it's the common mistake a lot of pitchers make by saying, I can get out of this. I got out of it in the 1st. I'll get out of it here. Now it's later in the game. Trade the run for the out and trust your team's going to come back and score some runs.
Isn't that hard to do though right now?
Very, very hard to do.
Coming inside with a 2-0 and missing up 3 balls, no strikes. As good as the Cubs have been offensively, leading the National League at above 5 runs per game, it could be better. One of the worst teams in baseball with runners in scoring position. And one of the worst teams in baseball when it comes to productive outs. Man at 3rd, less than 2 out. Rizzo shoots a base hit to left and brings home the game's 1st run. Hayward steps on home, and go figure, it's another bloop hit.
Well, you know, the Cubs are considering this guy's so nasty, you do whatever it takes. They'll tell you his fastball is hard to hit as it is. 3-0 count, not your prototypical 3-0 let it go swing, but up in the zone and allowed him to get it over the shortstop's head and an RBI, which now they're on the brink of trying to get a crooked number up there on the scoreboard.
That was the hardest hit ball today at 80. Hardest hit for the Cubs. Really, I mean, it's uncanny. 6 hits against DeGrom, and they've all been jam shots.
Yeah, these are, you know, you don't watch this kind of video unless you're able to win this game 2-1. This is a tough video to watch because you feel like you're pitching really good and on top of everything, and he is. But after 4 or 5, you just start becoming like, okay, what next? It's human nature.
You already got to be feeling snake bitten, you know, the way things have gone the last month. 2 on, nobody out still. Wilson Contreras bunts it sharply. DeGrom looks at 3rd and goes to 1st. 1 out.
It's a young 3rd baseman trying to read the play last minute. Didn't read it real well. They had a play at 3rd. That's exactly where DeGrom wanted to go. But you got to read this and then trust you're in. He didn't read it. He came in too fast. Knowing your athlete on the mound is DeGrom, and got the out nonetheless.
Little things like that, though, that might not show up on the stat sheet, have not gone the Mets' way this season since that 11-1 start when it seemed like everything was going right. 2nd and 3rd with 1 gone, and Kyle Schwarber up there. DeGrom has attacked him with high fastballs so far. He takes this one.
That's a great pitch. You know Schwarber's going up there saying, think down, stay off the high fastball. But if you throw it in that enticing kind of around his belt to an inch or 2 up, it's hard as a hitter to stay off a fastball which you're trying to hunt.
Same pitch, this time he chased.
It's just hard. I mean, You hear it all the time. People are sitting at home going, how can he keep swinging at that? Well, coming out of the hand at 97 miles an hour, and a guy who loves the fastball is trying to get the ball in the air to drive at least 1, if not 2 runs in. It's tough to do.
DeGrom preying on that. Brian at third, Rizzo at second. The 1-1. Same thing, but a little bit too tall to entice him.
And you're talking about a 4-inch difference, meaning 2 inches here or there make the difference in the world. 2 inch below that mark, he hits it. 2 high above that mark, he takes it. Now they're going to take the bat out of his hands because the count went against the odds of what they were hoping to do and expanding the zone.
And they're going to take their chances with Albert Almora. Next pitch will be the 90th for Jacob DeGrom. Well, the last 6 no decisions this season. This is what you're talking about. Rarely is he pitching trailing. A lot of the leads have disappeared after he's left the game. But in this one, no support and a 1-0 deficit.
He's going to have to keep the ball down to Almora.
Fouled off, strike 1.
See, this is at the point in the game when you start getting around 90 pitches, you got to grind more on location because your stuff overtakes location early, and we've seen his stuff be so good that he beats guys to the spot. Now you've got to grind on the position a little bit more and make that emphasis more location driven than stuff driven.
Left it over the plate. It's hit foul. 0-2.
Because it's natural for a pitcher to get a little mentally fatigued. Physically, you can train for throwing 150 pitches. But the mental fatigue is the situations we just showed. All these close games, runners on in a situation where you don't want to get a big inning. That's where it affects your command and mechanics more so than just the effort of throwing the pitch.
Was able to get strikeouts when he needed them in the first inning. Could use one here with the bases loaded and 1 out. His 0-2. Fouled off.
So what do you do to a guy who likes to hit the ball up high? You try to throw it even higher. That's a stat that won't last, but it's not one that you're feeling good about if you're the Cubs.
Loaded up in the 6th. Another 0-2. He got him with that power changeup riding in on Almora for out number 2. His 10th strikeout of the day.
This is just nasty and not fair. I mean, you see the changeup grip. I mean, rarely would ever talk about a changeup to a right-handed batter from a right-handed pitcher, and that's becoming more popular with the style of hitting today. And he threw it in the perfect spot.
And so it falls on Addison Russell. This feel like a minor victory for DeGrom and the Mets if he can get out of this with just 1 run. This is with the first pitch. Fouled off, 1-1. We'll switch now to Fox for the remainder of our game here on FS1. Soccer's up momentarily. For now, here's Mike Hill in the LA studio. Russell chops one foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Cubs with a golden opportunity here in the 6th against Jacob DeGrom. 1 in the bank on a Rizzo hit. But DeGrom trying to keep it right there. Bases loaded, 2 out, and a 1-2 count on Russell. One-two. Barely stays alive.
Made that look like a strike, and you mentioned it, barely getting the barrel of the bat to the ball. One more of those with a better break down. Trust your catcher. See if you can expand the zone even more right here.
It's exactly what he tried to do. Russell able to check it, and the count evens up.
Yeah, great pitch, and he certainly was able to look like hold it up. And now your action pitch. You don't really want to go to 3-2, so whatever pitch you think you can get him out, just a little bit more on the plate. That was what DeGrom was hoping to get.
So now a 2-2, and Russell swings and misses. Weren't even a little bit farther off of the plate. The Cubs get one, but DeGrom able to strike his way out of further damage. Boy, some high stress pitches there for Jacob DeGrom, but 11 Ks total, and he's given up just one run as we look at our Budweiser game summary. 11 Ks, 1 run, but Mike Montgomery, 5 innings, has given up just 1 hit.
Yeah, the Mets coming in had not fared well against left-handers, and in a perfect storm, Joe Maddon was hoping he could get at least 5 and maybe now even 6 out of his lefty and then turn it over to his confident bullpen, whereas DeGrom, that last inning may have only pushed him to allow him to throw 1 more inning to have a chance to keep his team in it.
Yeah, nobody warming up. That pitch count right around 100. Cabrera grounds the first pitch to short. Russell steps into his throw for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out, and that's 5 1/3 on 62 pitches for Mike Montgomery.
Well, the right guy is at the plate if he can time one or get a mistake. And relive some old magic.
There was plenty of that in Toronto. In fact, led the majors in home runs from 2010 through 15. Averaged about 40 per year. Was an all-star all 6 of those seasons. And even last year, while it was a down year, still had his 8th consecutive 20-homer campaign. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, before all the terminology that we're getting used to with launch angle this, launch angle that. He typically was the guy that changed his swing in the early part of his career to get the ball in the air and benefit with those launched, majestic home runs.
Yeah, he was a light hitter.
Yes.
Really, what, 5 years of his career?
Yes.
10 home runs a year or so. Waits on this 2-1. It's a bouncer to third, and on a short hop, Bryant. 2 more ground ball outs for Montgomery.
This is the first time that ground ball has gone into a glove. He's hit some top spin balls on the ground, a couple errors, reached base, but not this time. There's another one that almost gets Bryant. Takes his time, throws it over.
It's Conforto with 2 out. How about this? The Mets haven't put a ball in play in the air since the 2nd. All strikeouts and ground outs.
Well, he's making it look easy. I mean, mechanically, as he goes downhill with that sinker and it mixes in, he hasn't had to throw a lot of curveballs because he's been on top of the hitters with the sinkers, and they've been beating it in the ground. Occasional changeup will do the same thing.
Here he comes with the 1-1 to Conforto. That's outside, ball 2. Bautista talking about that angle. Talking about him revamping his swing with years back, but I can't do it against this guy. Nobody can so far today. 2-1. Conforto does. Deep to center field. This game is tied. Seventh of the season for Michael Conforto. The Cubs and Mets even at 1 in the 6th.
Well, that'll pick up his partner on the mound, DeGrom, if nothing else. Didn't have much success coming in, did Conforto against left-handers.
Strike 1 on Mesoraco.
I'm going to guess 109.
You played that off really well.
This ball got out in a hurry. This is right where he likes it, outer third. And the outfielder, Almora, took a couple steps and then said, nope.
Again, they hadn't hit a ball in the air since the 2nd inning, and as soon as they do, it leaves the yard. Strike 2 on Mesoraco.
All right, what do you think it was? I'm saying 109.
107.
107. Okay, we're close. Price is right.
2-2.
Waiting the official word.
Judges. Robert Gesellman starting to loosen.
Oh my.
109.3. Jeez.
Did not
Baseball, golf.
I did not see it.
And now guessing. DeGrom ready to go back out there for the 7th. 5 shutout innings both sides, and then both sides getting a run in the 6th. Mesoraco to right. Jason Hayward, plenty of room. And that does it for the Mets in the 6th with Michael Conforto. Drills one to center field and evens the score at 1. 1 as this game moves along to the 7th inning. Both teams cracking through for 1 against their opposing starter in the 6th. Home run against Montgomery. DeGrom, it's been bloop single after bloop single. The day officially ends for Montgomery as Tommy LaStella pinch hits to open the 7th and falls behind DeGrom 0-2.
You get a little bit of a heartbeat if you're DeGrom, knowing, okay, this is it. I'm coming up the next inning. This is my last inning. Treat it like the 9th.
LaStella down the line. That is a foul ball.
And you don't want to see any more of those.
Jeez.
This one fades just into the corner. You know, someone can tell you all they want, and it doesn't matter. But if you do your job and take the sting out of the bat, that's all you can control as a pitcher. And he's done that all night. But it ain't going to matter when you give up 5 of those and you don't win the game. You'd rather take some attaboys, and that's bullets right at people.
6 hits today. They've all been below average speed off of the bat. On the corner for strike 3, getting LaStella. Time for flipping the switch, sponsored by Boost Mobile. Some of his 12 strikeouts tonight.
He's had a strikeout on every type of pitch and pretty much in every area, and he's been absolutely fantastic when he's needed these strikeouts. We're talking about a couple innings where it could have been a crooked number, 3-4 runs with one swing of the bat, but DeGrom held his own, did not show too much frustration. And I'll tell you what, if I had a hat, I'd be tipping it to him right now for all that he's been through in the last 5 starts, to not let that boil over and make more mistakes.
2-0 on Zobrist. He's a 105 right now. His season high is 115, and you get the feeling that Mickey Callaway may be liable to push him a little further tonight. It's a pop fly right side of the infield. Asdrubal Cabrera.
And I know you've heard this from your counterpart, but the pitch number or the pitch count is the stupidest thing that has ever been talked about. It is. We use it as a gauge for that's how we're going to measure injury prevention. That's not the key. For each person, it's different. It's stress innings and mechanical. If you're not mechanically sound, I don't care what your guided number is, you shouldn't get there because you're hurting your chances of being successful. Stress pitches don't go into pitch count. So every time I hear a pitch count, universally everybody talks about that number, and we start talking ourselves into and I think that's got to change. And Mickey talked about that, not preparing guys to do certain things when it comes to training your body.
It's like, why did 100 become the one that makes us all go, uh-oh?
Right. That's exactly right.
Corey Mazzoni down in the Cubs bullpen, getting ready for the bottom of the 7th after 6 nice innings from Mike Montgomery. DeGrom's 0-2. Hayward smacks one foul. Not all pitches created equal.
Correct.
Looking for a 1-2-3-7. Just misses. 1-2.
That's the backdoor slider he was trying to, after going fastball away for a foul ball, he tries to backdoor the slider. It didn't take the turn. Didn't quite cut enough.
See what he tries. 1-2. Back to the same thing. Fly ball left center field. Pretty well hit. Conforto to the track. Leaps and can't get it. Hayward runs well. He'll hang on at second with a 2-out double. That thing just kept on carrying in this humid air. And the Cubs with a go-ahead run in scoring position here in the 7th.
Yeah, this one with the swing of Hayward, he stays on it and hits the ball with that backspin and just kind of missed time. It was going to be a great play if Conforto could come up with it. This conversation right here is all about an opportunity for DeGrom
This is why it's so important. And the games that Jacob DeGrom has started, the bullpen is 1-6. They've blown 4 of the 7 opportunities they've had to save wins for him.
Yeah, it's just hard to believe. Again, all that data we've been talking about that just can't continue at this rate.
So Hayward with a 3-hit night. He stands at second with 2 gone, and Chris Bryant 1 for 3. Take strike 1.
Well, I tell you what, DeGrom, so far to this point against one of the best hitters in the game, has really had him confused in Bryant. Starting him off with different pitches, changing speeds.
Man, again.
Does he have enough in the tank to ride a fastball after 2 straight changeups? Or the cat and mouse game, does he go to another changeup either further in? See, that's where the slider, you can tell that this inning the slider hasn't been as crisp. That's the pitch that needs the most mechanically correct and physically able to spin the baseball. This ball does not spin the correct way. You tell yourself, I'm going to focus on the effort and location of this pitch more than the velocity.
Another 0-2. Back to it. Ball 1.
Yeah, much better pitch there in the location.
Next pitch will be a season high for him. Rizzo waits on deck, and a tie game here in the 7th after the Hayward double. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chris Bryant. DeGrom gets in. 13th strikeout, likely ending his night. Sponsored by Charles Schwab. Own your tomorrow. And by Marvel Strike Force. Download now for free from the App Store or Google Play Store. This is Kurt Busch winning the between innings car race. Nobody knew that it was Kurt Busch kicking their tails in the car race till afterwards, and it all made sense. Ball 1 on Kevin Plawecki as the Cubs work into the bullpen. Yeah, bring on Corey Mazzoni, who was drafted by the Mets and then traded a couple of times. And in his first season with the Cubs now.
A couple breaking balls to start. You see he's only been in 2 games. Big spot for him here for only being in 2 games in a 1-1 game on the road.
Part of the trickle-down effect of the Cubs being without C.J. Edwards right now. 2 balls, 1 strike. Edwards on the DL with his shoulder. So Strop and Wilson getting bigger roles. This is certainly a bigger one for Mazzoni. And a tie game in the 7th. That's slashed into right center field. Almora runs over to catch it. Time for a game break. We say hello to Mike Hill. All right, Mike. Dodgers hanging around with that division really coming back to them. The issues the Diamondbacks have had. Here's Guillorme taking a ball.
And the long-term effect that Colorado has to show that playing there, they can finish a season with a good ball club without their injuries, and the wear and tear of pitching there. Hitting there, no big deal.
Yeah. Got a good young staff.
They do, and it's interesting, and I've often said that I would actually adopt more of an analytical approach to them where they play and using more pitchers than actually every team's doing today. Like, it makes no sense long term why every team's using 30 to 35 pitchers in a season to get through. You're not putting the emphasis where it should be in the starting pitching. But for Colorado, it's difficult from recovery to getting through the lineup a couple times, and less air.
Guillorme gets his hands in and yanks a base hit to right.
So you can tell that's what they've done. They've tried to back end their rotation by the bullpen being strength. So it'll be interesting to, the way the West has shaped up. It's going to be a pretty tight race, I think, the rest of the way.
You said it even a few weeks into the season when the Dodgers were 10 games below. You thought that they'd find their way to the top of the division.
Yeah, no way that trend could continue. They had been hurt by some injuries, got some guys back. Turner's going. But the big key now, and the concern, of course, is Kershaw. This is the 3rd year in a row the same kind of scenario has creeped up on him. So hopefully he'll be fine and he can make a stretch run.
Ken Rosenthal, you've got more.
Well, Kershaw is the key, but Joe, we were talking about this before the game. Their offense has not been very dynamic at all. Now they're starting to see some signs of life. Of course, Turner being back helps, but my question is, John, who do you fear in that group? You fear maybe Justin Turner, but who else?
Well, the big thing is Seager, the loss of Seager. That's why I thought if their resources were available, they're going to make a move for a temporary fix. Maybe not. They're going to rely on their pitchers. But I know the sophomore slump or the adjustment of some of the young players was definitely going to take its toll on what was spectacular last year offensively for the Dodgers.
And Cody Bellinger and Chris Taylor not having close to the same seasons they had. Taylor coming around, but Bellinger still trying to find it. 1-1 here in the 7th. Guillorme's at first. And the 22-year-old shortstop Ahmed Rosario stands in against Mazzoni. Justin Wilson has started to warm. With the pitcher's spot due next, and Adrian Gonzalez, a left-handed hitter, standing there.
Well, that meeting had a lot to do with buying some time, too, for the left-hander, and a couple throws in a row right over to first base. It's the same argument I had with the Washington Nationals not clicking and having some injuries. They're the cream of the crop of this division. So if they continue to not be healthy, then they bring back in teams like Philadelphia, the Mets, the Braves.
Rosario to right. Hayward is there. 2 gone. You know, Washington winning a thriller today down in Atlanta. Adrian Gonzalez headed to the plate here to pinch hit. Speaking of Dodgers, the former Dodger here in his first year in New York, and Joe Madden Going to make the counter move, calling on his left-hander Justin Wilson in a tie game in the 7th. U.S. Open is coming. Tiger Woods is back, ready to take on the greatest golfers in the world, with live coverage beginning June 14th, about 80 miles east of here. Fox FS1 streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Joe Maddon brings on Justin Wilson, who's been so much better here in his first full season with the Cubs. Really struggled after they got him prior to the deadline last year. Delivers to Adrian Gonzalez down the middle for a strike.
Yeah, firm fastball over the top. Good breaking ball. But Gonzalez has been stingy on a lot of guys, especially away. He can flare it the other way off of lefties and pull it in.
Having a nice season. Dodgers traded him to the Braves in that Matt Kemp trade. Really, it's just a salary swap. The Braves passed him along to the Mets soon after. 36 years old in his 15th major league season. On this 1-1 pitch, fouls it off, 1-2.
That's the pitch right there. That's the pitch. Back in San Diego, he would take it over the fence in left field, and that is a corner fastball that 2 more inches towards Adrian. He'd have done some damage with it.
5-time All-Star, more than 2,000 hits in his career, more than 300 home runs. Waiting on a 1-2 from Wilson. Gets in on him this time. Now the book now closed on Jacob DeGrom. Matches a career high with his 13 strikeouts.
What a job. I mean, I obviously haven't seen every game he's pitched. I've watched a lot of video. I can't imagine a better game under the circumstances of what he was dealing with and how he wiggled out of trouble.
Yet just 1 run of support.
Yeah, and that's just so difficult when you're in a tight game and you got first and second, nobody out, then first and third, nobody out. In really polar opposites. First inning when you're fresh, and then your last inning or towards the end of the game when you're not as fresh, and to get out of that with only 1 run is fantastic.
You can thank that man for getting him off the hook. Conforto's solo home run, tying it in the 6th. And here in the 7th, Gonzalez hitting one down the line to left towards the foul pole, fading foul. Not too far off from what you're talking about in his early days.
I'm telling you, that's what made him so dangerous. He could go to that part of the ballpark like a right-handed pull hitter.
5 years in San Diego, a couple years in Boston, 6 years with the Dodgers, and now in his first year in New York. Pinch hitting in the 7th. Another 1-2. Base hit to right. Guillorme will throw on the brakes with Hayward's good arm. First and second with 2 gone.
And Wilson kind of tweaked something after he threw that pitch. The ball was in. They said he can pull it in and go the other way. And Wilson did not, after he delivered the pitch, did not come up happy. Watch the pitch, the location, and then he rolls his ankle right there at the bottom of the mound. You'll see it again. He gets right there and then rolls it right there, trying to stop his delivery.
We're going to give him a couple pitches here, see how it feels. Luke Farrell has started to warm in the pen just in case. First pitch sailed the catcher to the backstop. He wants another try.
Yeah, anytime you do something to your lower, your foot, your landing foot, you're always a little nervous to get down through that foot, because that's the most important foot when you think about delivering a pitch. Looks like he's going to be okay.
It's the first one.
That's just, he's not even throwing full bore. He's just testing his foot. So that's not a big deal to him.
Throws that one and says, "I'm good, Skip." 2 on, 2 out, and it's Brandon Nimmo in a tie game in the 7th. 25-year-old who made his first opening day roster this year. First pick back in 2011, and finally paying dividends for the Mets, having a huge season, leading the National League in OPS. Started to do it with a power more recently. Wilson's first one. A little bit outside, ball 1. How about this list? Leading the National League in OPS, and some pretty good company across baseball.
Yeah, pretty amazing how things are working out here with the injuries to some of their outfielders and the decisions really that are going to be made when Cespedes does come back.
Turning into a fan favorite, this guy. We're going to have to find a way to keep him in there. First and second. Neither guy runs well. Guillorme at second, Gonzalez at first. Some good arms in the outfield. 2-0. Foul tip, 2-1.
That was the pitch. Sit middle in, fastball, lefty, lefty. He would like to have this one back. Right there, just a little late getting the barrel, the head of the bat out.
Two balls and a strike. Here it comes. Caught the inside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good job by Contreras there. The pitch looked like it was actually a ball, but he sold it as a strike. Watch his glove.
Something he doesn't grade out at real well. Joe Maddon's defended him, thinks he's much better than the data shows. Buys a strike. And so 2-2 on Brandon Nimmo. Contreras coming out. Nimmo talking about the power that he's started to hit for. 5 home runs in his last 11 games, including back-to-back games here. First 35 games of the season, he had 7 extra base hits, 1 per game over the last couple weeks. A 2-2. He got him swinging. Wilson gets out of the jam, and this game remains tight at 1. Top of the 8th, tied at 1, and it's on to the Mets bullpen with Robert Gesellman, who for the most part has been good this year, although some issues like everybody in his last few times out. Anthony Rizzo leading off in a tie game, and a new battery made in there for Gesellman. Kevin Plawecki moving to his natural position from first, with Adrian Gonzalez staying in the game after pinch hitting. This is the part of the night, John, where the Mets fans start to cover their eyes.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because in the beginning of the year, I thought it was going to be a strength. And their bullpen certainly showed that it would be. And now some injuries and lack of performances have gone the other way. But he's starting, Selman's getting used to this role and being in a high leverage situation now instead of eating up innings or potential starter like he was.
1-2 on Rizzo. And the Mets bullpen has been a complete disaster. Last 12 games, a .771 earned run average. 8 losses in those 12. On a 1-2 to Rizzo. He sends it foul, and we go down to Ken.
Well, you look at what has happened to their bullpen. John mentioned the injuries. A.J. Ramos, Anthony Swarzak. Jerry Blevins, a reliable left-hander for many years, has not been reliable this year. And then their depth has just been compromised to the point where it's really broken them. Seth Lugo has been great in a similar role to Gesellman. He's now in the rotation. They just don't have enough out there, and it has really bit them this week.
That coupled with starters not pitching enough innings to give them the breaks, and that's what we're seeing. The trends in baseball today have flipped. The bullpens have to carry more, the starters do less, and therefore you need more pitchers per year to get through the season.
Rizzo starting the 8th. The count is 2-2.
That's the part no one is going to be able to make me understand. I really don't. I've never really heard a good enough explanation to say, why would I want more pieces per game with more chances for someone to not be right? Versus a guy who's dealing and know that he could stay in the game.
Rizzo with a bullet foul. Stick with him, right?
Yeah, we don't train them to do the things they're supposed to do. And you know, it's an economical model, I'm sure, an analytical model that is kind of giving you the answers to the test. But over time, it cannot sustain itself. In small parts of the season, you can do it. In a postseason, you can do it. But to do it all year is just almost impossible.
On the 8th pitch, Rizzo checked his swing, and the count is full.
Now, see, I'm going to get on my catcher after the inning. I don't care if he thinks he doesn't go or not. I'm going to demand that he check 100% of the time. Always. You never know.
Yeah. The payoff. You ever point down there yourself?
All the time. Yeah. I'm just telling you. He went. Check. But most guys will tell you the biggest pet peeve is let the third base or first base umpire call it. Take it out of the hands of the home plate umpire.
10th pitch to Anthony Rizzo in a tie game in the 8th. He takes it low and away for ball 4. That is an impressive trip up there for Rizzo to set the table in the 8th. And we go to Mike Hill for a game break. All right, Mike. Yankees coming here to Citi Field next weekend. We'll be back here for that.
I'm just going to stay. I'm going to stay the whole week.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Get a little golf in.
Get a little practicing in. Be ready for the game next week.
Wilson Contreras pumps the first pitch foul. A couple of off days coming up for the Mets this week. There's a chance that it winds up being Jacob DeGrom again on Saturday when we're here.
Hope so.
Man, it's fun to watch, isn't it?
That and preparation's less.
It's easy. More golf for you. Yeah. The 0-1. Contreras has already bunted once. Here he shows bunt. That takes strike 2.
You see the late movement on that power sinker. That's what was so impressive about Rizzo, staying off the sinkers and then the changeup.
Plawecki second, setting the target down and away, and Selman missing there. 1-2. Cubs got the game's first run in the top of the 6th inning. 3 straight soft singles against Jacob DeGrom. Anthony Rizzo driving home Jason Hayward. The Mets tying it on a Conforto home run in the bottom of the 6th. Coming inside now with a 1-2. Ball 2.
He is thinking what every pitcher's thinking with a runner on first. How do I get this guy at the plate to hit a ground ball and let my defense turn 2? This would be the pitch right here to do it. I just let all my outfielders do the work. I didn't get many ground balls or double plays, but thank God for Andrew Jones in center field.
You got outs. The 2-2. Got him swinging. One gone in the 8th. We've heard from Joe Madden a couple times tonight wearing the mic for us. Last inning, that exchange with Justin Wilson.
Yeah. On the finish?
Huh?
On the finish?
I'm going to plan to try to get over.
I saw that.
Want to go up on
Can you throw a couple?
Just moving around. Let me just throw.
You just throw a couple. Yeah, just throw a couple. Take your time.
Threw a couple, stayed in, and
you good?
Got him up.
Thanks. Thank you.
The runner at second in that situation. So still tied at 1. Kyle Schwarber with a big rip and a miss, swinging himself out of his helmet.
So you know what I've heard from some teams, what they're teaching in spring training and throughout the year? How to hit with a runner on first base. And you know what they're telling them? Do not hit the ball on the ground. With a runner on first, that's where launch angle and getting the ball in the air is becoming a bigger emphasis. And so what do you see? You see bigger swings. You see, yes, you're going to see some 2-run homers and stuff like that, but you're going to see a lot more strikeouts. And so what used to be hit behind the runner, do all kinds of things, is now taught, guy on first, we don't want you to hit the ball on the ground. We want you to get the ball in the air.
Wonder if we're seeing more strikeouts with runners at first then, if the strikeout rate is up.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Long pause and an 0-2 on the inside corner for strike 3.
That was a great curveball. Looked high, coming out of the hands. Watch the late break to this. Outstanding.
$15 strikeouts total tonight by Mets pitching. Yeah, with 2 out and a tie game in the 8th, it's Albert Almora, who's been struck out twice. 0-1. Luke Farrell's ready to go. And the 24-year-old Albert Almora Jr. on an 0-1 pitch. That one comes back and finds the corner according to Trip Gibson, and Almora's in an 0-2 hole.
Going off that last pitch, if he wants to breaking ball, he starts it there off that plate. I have a hard time thinking Almora could stay away from not swinging.
Rizzo walked to start the inning, but back-to-back Ks for Gesellman. Try to start the bullpen tonight with a 0. Rizzo runs, pitch in the dirt. Plawecki's throw bounces into center. Rizzo's headed for third, and he'll get there without a throw. So the go-ahead run now 90 feet away with 2 out as Rizzo steals second and takes third on Plawecki's throw.
Taking advantage of 2 strikes, and taking advantage of pretty much a breaking ball, which is what you saw, but a good pickup. Just not get the throw close enough to where they could put the tag on. Rizzo's done this a few times. That ball went right through his legs.
1-2 on Almora. Here comes 2-2. As good as they've been offensively, when you look at the bottom line runs per game, among the worst in baseball with men in scoring position. On a 2-2, Almora chases strike 3 and tries to break that bat over his leg. Michael Conforto has a home run tonight for the lone Mets tally, due up third in a tie game. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, established 1852, reestablished 2018. Back in New York, tied at 1, the bottom of the 8th inning, and Asdrubal Cabrera takes strike 1 from Justin Wilson.
No, he didn't like it. Jumped out of there. No, we can't give him that pitch. See what that's close.
It's gone into a bit of a slide. He's been the Mets' best hitter much of the year, but 1 for his last 17.
Wilson, you see the miles per hour, but he really has a unique way of the ball just kind of getting on the hitters. And that's called late life. And radar guns are great for some things, but sometimes they don't tell the story. And throws what's considered a heavy fastball at times, and hitter will swing late.
That ball is hit high down the line, but he was way out in front.
I know people hear that, from time to time. What does that mean? Well, when you're playing catch with a guy, the best way to describe it is sometimes you think you're going to go catch the ball, and the ball catches you. And that's the best way to describe late life. It's just a unique ability to release the baseball and have this ball come out with tremendous spin, and then it almost kind of explodes at the end, or it gives the perception that it's faster than it is.
Stays alive here. Can it be taught?
I don't think so. That's a great question, but I don't think so. I think it's a little bit of, athleticism, genetics, the way the ball comes out of your hand, like Jacob DeGrom. You can't teach that. You can't teach that slender body. That's a gift. And some guys are able to throw the ball at 98 and get lit up because it's firm, but the hitter sees it the entire time.
0-2 again. Got him swinging with an off-speed pitch. So 1 away in the 8th inning. Time for another game break. We say hello again to Mike Hill. All right, Mike, good one here as well. Tied at 1 in the 8th inning as Jose Bautista stands in. And it takes ball 1. Bautista today is 0 for 3. He's hit 3 ground balls to the left side, reached twice. A lot of English on those balls, a couple of errors. 2-0.
This will be an interesting matchup here with the count 2-0. Bautista always was pretty good against velocity. As you get older, bat speed starts dropping, velocity's beating him. But on a 2-0 pitch, he can sit in the location and get it started a little quicker here if it's not the right pitch. And he went with the breaking ball, which was an actual good pitch on a 2-0 count.
So now 3-0 with Conforto due next. Strike 1. He hit 2 home runs in that ugly few weeks with the Atlanta Braves. 5 for 35. They released him. Hitting above 300 so far with the Mets, but still looking for that first home run. Coming inside 3-1. Bautista spins out of the way of ball 4. The Mets have the go-ahead run on with 1 gone in the 8th. Next Saturday, most of the country will be back here in New York as the Yankees visit. Some of you will see the Astros and the Rangers. Others will get the Diamondbacks and the Rockies, 2 of the top teams in the National League West.
A lot of people in this area are trying to scratch their head going, how did the Yankees get younger and the Mets get older? Like, how did that happen? The Yankees were always the prototypical go get the free agent, play the older player. But because of Judge and Sanchez,
Conforto,
it has changed the whole direction of what Brian Cashman was able to do. And they've gotten young quick, and they did not have to reboot or rebuild very long, if at all. The Mets are wishing they had some of those components.
Really, it was 2 summers ago as Rizzo has to reach for that, where remember midsummer everybody around here is saying Do the Mets actually sell, or do the Yankees actually sell?
Right.
Can they do that? Right, a franchise-altering decision actually to pull the trigger a little bit.
Well, it was, the Cubs were a big part of what
Right.
helping out, you know, indirectly the Yankees with Torres for Chapman.
Ball and a strike.
And then the Yankees went ahead and went and re-signed Chapman in the offseason, which, by the way, I'll never be commissioner, but if I ever become commissioner, that won't be allowed. If you trade a player, get a prospect, you can't sign him back for at least, I don't know, at least a year.
Here's a 1-1. Conforto fouls it off, and we go down to Kenny.
The Mets would like to get younger. They'd like to get more athletic. They're a poor defensive club behind a strong pitching staff, and that is not what you want, right? They've got this great rotation when healthy, and ideally you want a good defensive club behind them. But how do you do it? They don't have the pieces the Yankees did a couple of years ago, and that's the problem.
2015 feels like a long time ago. Wilson's 1-2, and Conforto takes outside, throw down, not in time, but a close play as Contreras snaps one off.
Throw a little high. That tag getting all the way down caused the difference between Batista being safe and potentially being out. But a quick snap throw by Contreras. Athletic catcher, to say the least, for the Cubs.
Chad Whitson had it right on top of it down there at first. Count even at 2-2 on Conforto. He's got a home run already tonight.
So you know how the Mets do it? Won't be popular.
What do they got to do?
Well, you got to change your franchise if you're not going in the direction you think you're going to by train one of your horses if you're not in it. And one of those horses being either Syndergaard or DeGrom. That doesn't seem like a PR move that they're willing to make, but you could get a ransom for either one of those guys. It'd be interesting to see how they play it out if they can get healthy and get back in the mix. They're still there, obviously, only a couple games out.
Big Bruce on deck. Conforto strikes out on a fastball. 2 gone.
Wilson again, just because of that late light. He didn't hit his location, but he was able to beat the batter to the punch.
Jay Bruce coming up. We'll visit the mound before Bruce bats. We get another update from Mike Hill. All right, Mike.
I recently had the Yankees and the Astros, two pretty good teams, with the Red Sox being the other. The Astros are going to have to address their bullpen. It's not bad. It's just not wipe out great with every other component. The Yankees are going to have to get a starter. And those two teams are looking to do great things. They're going to have to improve each area of that ball club.
Bruce batting with 2 out and a tie game in the 8th. Swings and misses, strike 1. Of course, across town, the Yankees would be one of the teams that would love to get a piece of DeGrom or Syndergaard, but they can't do that, can they?
Well, I mean, like I'm saying, if you want a franchise changing 3, 4, 5 prospects for one, you got to think about it. That being said, if you're not in the hunt, if things just go completely opposite of what you expected.
Well, they've been bad lately. Still within 6 games in the division. Still just early June. There's a 1-1 to Jay Bruce, who they could really use to pick it up. He's only hit 3 home runs this season after he had a career high 36 a year ago, split between here in New York and then Cleveland. And they signed him back. Similar to, like you're talking about, our oldest Chapman a couple of years ago with the Yankees. 1-2.
The eyes will be on the Baltimore Orioles for a couple pieces. Of course, Machado
I hear
Where
he's
does he
pretty
go?
good. Yeah.
And then when and if Zach Britton gets going.
Bruce strikes out. Justin Wilson, couple of fabulous innings, and this game remains tied at 1. Game presented by Hankook Tire. Back in the 5th inning, Rosario plays some pretty good defense himself. Watches Addison Russell take a base hit away from him.
Tremendous play, tremendous anticipation. This game is a game of fast twitch, fibers and muscles, and that young man has some good ones.
And the slimmest of margins in this game. In fact, none here. 1-1 to the 9th. Russell 0 for 3 tonight, all against Jacob DeGrom. And now facing Jeurys Familia, who's on for his 300th game as a big leaguer.
Bowling ball sinker, that's the term given this 97 plus moving fastball.
She throws for ball 1.
And when it's down, it is very difficult to square up. But he can lose the strike zone from time to time with the movement that he has on the end of that pitch.
Here's his 1-0. Russell swings and misses 1-1. Ian Happ on deck. One and two.
Two great sliders off the plate. You got that combination when you can throw a slider off the plate and your sinker comes back towards the hitter. That's two different directions the hitters have to protect. Not fun.
Addison Russell leading off the 9th for the Cubs and striking out.
Well, this one backed up, but he got away with it because of the change of speeds. You see, that's the old terminology, cement mixer. If you could perfect the backup slider, you would have a pitch that's unhittable.
Instead, you throw it and go, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna reach after it and grab it, pull it back. Ian Happ.
This guy's ready to swing from the time he steps in the box.
Yeah. Boom or bust. Here he takes strike one. Hit a home run on the first pitch of this season. And they got a little bit homer happy. Strikeout rate among the highest in baseball. Hits it hard when he does hit it. Here he swings and misses at a ball that was down, and it's 0-2. Highest strikeout rate in baseball, and the second highest fly ball percentage. Picture of the modern hitter.
Yeah, picture of the sport, direction it's going.
1-2.
So we're on pace. It sounds like a broken record, but we're on pace to have over 10,000 baseballs not be put in play over last year. That's a lot. And certain things down the road will help change that. It's coming. You want to ruin everybody's surprise? Tune in next couple years.
I'm intrigued now.
Well, they got to. I mean, the commissioners got to. The game cannot survive. They've been working on the game times. They're working on the mound visits, all these different things that are happening that'll help shave off a minute here, 3 minutes there, 4 minutes there. But we've got to find a way to create action and not have these 3 true outcomes rule our game. Other sports have made changes and rule changes, and I anticipate we will do the same.
On a 2-2, Ian Happ swings away and fouls it off. So you'd think that it wouldn't happen naturally the way the game has kind of gone back and forth through the years. It needs to be implemented.
Yeah, you would think that hitters of this generation, again, I call it the reward system they're under. You would think that the shift, they are in control of determining whether they're going to be shifted or not.
Yeah.
And less than 10%, you don't care if they're shifted. They're primarily home run hitters. But some of the guys they're shifting on, they can't go the other way.
Right. A swing and a miss from Happ.
And so, you know, I'm big now, since I've been doing this for a long time, since retiring, is looking at bats that become very selfish oriented. That was not a, you know, I look and say, was that a team at bat or was that a selfish at bat? And the trend of selfish at bats are going through the roof. I'm talking about man on third, just make contact, hit a ground ball to second, and they score a run. And a lot of that's not happening because they're being taught, or at least rewarded, that, yeah, you strike out 180 times a year, hit me 30 home runs. And
yeah, right.
give me the 3 true outcomes, and we'll be fine.
Desensitized to the strikeout across the game. Ben Zobrist takes ball one.
But you know where it doesn't work? Winning teams. You can't win a championship that way. That's the one lasting kind of hope for an organization. You look at the 2 teams that were there last year, and they did a great job of being able to utilize the information, put the ball in play. Houston was the least amount struck out team in baseball, and they took 7 games to win a World Series by putting pressure on the other team.
And then you look 3 years ago, Royals were the same.
Yeah, it's hard. The Yankees are a perfect team to watch. Built to bludgeon teams that don't have their starter or pitching. I mean, they're just going to crush you if you're not making good pitches. But they got a lot of strikeouts in there, too.
On a 1-1 pitch, Zobrist takes in the dirt, 2-1.
So, like, the perfect storm would be Houston versus, or even Boston, versus the Yankees. Power pitching, power hitting. You know what usually wins? Power pitching. And so the Yankees have created this fear factor, and rightfully so. They're going to run into a lot of runs, and they're going to make some people lose their minds by the home runs they hit. But will that be able to work in the postseason if they don't put the ball in play enough?
Zobrist grounds it foul, and it's 2-2. Tied at 1 here in the 9th inning. Game 3 of this 4-game series. The Cubs trying to get their 6th win out of their last 7. The Mets 3-9 in their last 12 games, sitting below 500 for the first time this year. So far, so good for the Mets bullpen. A walk to Anthony Rizzo to start the Pens night, but 5 straight Ks since. And now a 2-2 to Ben Zobrist. Didn't miss by much. Full count.
High sinker. Not really what he wanted.
And a 2-out walk for Zobrist. Well, the Cubs head home to Wrigley this Tuesday. Open a 6-game homestand. The Phillies and the Pirates are coming to town. You can get your tickets now at Cubs.com. See Bryant, Rizzo, and Baez back in Chicago. Cubs chasing the Milwaukee Brewers in the National League Central, as they were a year ago. They were behind at this point of the season as well, as Joe Maddon's teams tend to do. Started playing their best baseball in the second half and wound up winning the division going away. Hayward, a 3-hit game already. Here he is with 2 gone and a tie game in the 9th.
But as I mentioned about that Brewer team this year, they're creating some fear factors. Offensively, they can swing it. They got a man by the name of Don't Be a Hater in that bullpen. Mr. Hater is as good as it comes. The weapon, the new Andrew Miller, if you will.
Something like 17 Ks per 9 innings.
It's unbelievable. It really is. And I think, I obviously don't know that organization from the top down, but I would think they're not going to make that same mistake. If they're in the similar position with a 5-6 game lead against whoever, and they can make a move, they're going to make a move. They have to.
Harken back to the CC days.
Yes.
CC Sabathia made that move, and last time they made the postseason.
And it's not a deal breaker where you got to give away the farm move. It's just another arm that's going to help that bullpen, which is really good. But last year at the second half just faded out. They couldn't sustain it because the starters and injuries.
It's a foul ball, and it's 0-2 on Hayward. Brewers, one of the hot teams in baseball. The Indians have gotten it going a little bit. Their bullpen issues solved over the last few days, at least for now. And the Nationals, I think everybody kind of knew that they were the most talented team in the division. They've started to play like it the last month. But Juan Soto giving him a boost. 2 on Hayward. Zobrist at first, 2 gone, and here comes an 0-2. Hayward grounds a base hit into right. A 4-hit night for Jason Hayward puts the go-ahead run at third.
Well, I said in his first at bat, the one thing he's handling this year is fastballs. It's not translating into power, but you can see the average is starting to creep up. And with 2 strikes, he went with a sinker that caught the inner part of the plate, trying to go away. Watch where this ball ends up, right down the middle. And Hayward doesn't miss it. Another 2-out hit. A little more tension for the Mets and their battery mate, trying to protect any ball that's in the dirt.
It's Kevin Plawecki back there right now. So Hayward with a base hit that sends Zobrist to third and gets Chris Bryant to the plate in a 1-1 game in the 9th. The Cubs on Thursday getting all 5 runs against the Mets bullpen. Last night scoring all 7 runs after the 6th. Try to do it again late. On the first one, Chris Bryant. It's a chopper. Rosario throws on the move in time to end the inning. Close play at first, but ultimately Familia gets the game to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 1. Tied at 1. Cubs getting a run in the top of the 6th inning on a Rizzo single. Mets tying it on a Conforto home run in the bottom of that inning. And Luke Farrell comes on in a 1-1 game for the bottom of the 9th.
Pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, and fastball at 93, change up pretty good. Slider has a smaller break to it, and he also has a curveball. When he has good finish on those pitches, it's tight and pretty good.
New right fielder Ian Happ. As the Mets get ready to bring up 6, 7, and 8 in their order. Trying to walk the Cubs off as Farrell misses high with his first one. They've had it happen to them enough to flip the script on it. Here's a 1-0. Luke Farrell, the son of the former Red Sox manager John Farrell, who's now working for the Cincinnati Reds. Front office and scouting role. The issue for Farrell's been the long ball. He's given up a home run 3 of his last 4 outings. He falls behind Plawecki 2-1. Familia able to pitch out of a jam in that top of the 9th with a 2-out walk and the 2-out hit. It's a foul ball, 2-2.
Moved his fastball around, trying to be a little bit off the corners on either side. I think he goes to a breaking ball here after throwing fastball in. See what they decide. Fastball away.
On 2-2. And we'll do it again. First week back for Kevin Plawecki, who missed 6 weeks with a broken hand. 27 years old in his 4th season. Guillorme due next, and then Rosario. Bottom part of the Mets order here in the 9th. Farrell with another 2-2. Plawecki takes strike 3.
This pitch ought to gone to, and he got him.
One gone. We go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Guys, Theo Epstein hired John Farrell as the Red Sox pitching coach in 2007, and now he cannot stop hiring his sons. Luke claimed off waivers from the Reds last October, and 2 of his brothers also work in the organization. Jeremy is the team's minor league infield coordinator. Shane is an area scout.
Very cool. And Luke in a tough spot here in the 9th inning in a 1-1 game. Pitching to Guillorme, who takes it in the dirt for ball 1.
So you ready for the next rule change?
Yeah, what do you got?
As we're coming and looks like could be extra innings. We got to do away with it.
Do away with extras.
Not do away with it, but have a change in philosophy and have some runners on to start the innings so that guys quit swinging for home runs to end the game, and then the games go 15, 16 innings and nobody wins. They're doing it in the minor leagues. It's eventually going to come up here. Everyone will get over it, and the games will be a little bit quicker. There'll be more strategy instead of no one wins in an 18, 19 inning game. You just burn out your pens. So that's what I'm pushing for.
Guillorme hits a high fly ball to right field, but he gets under it. And Ian Happ comes on for out number 2. That's a drastic one.
Yeah, but Ken, because look, all of these changes are only going to be for regular season. It wouldn't be for postseason. It's like hockey. Who wanted to see a tie in hockey? So they made it exciting and went to 4-4, opened it up, and no more ties. And now we go to the regular, postseason. You go however long it takes.
2 out for Rosario as Farrell tries to work a 1-2-3 ninth, send this game into extras. Does have some pop. 3 homers this year. Fouls off the first pitch.
The World Baseball Classic, which has instituted that with runners on first and second. It puts the visitor in a position. Do you bunt? Do you go for the bigger inning? With the home team having the same opportunities in the bottom half of the inning. And it definitely changes the strategy of how you approach that scenario versus, look, more than likely we're going to watch everyone try to swing for a homer if it goes to extra innings.
2 balls, 1 strike. Farrell to Rosario. 2-2. Jerry Blevins, who's been one of the guilty parties in this rough stretch for the Mets pen, will handle the 10th if Farrell can get it there. He's home with a 2-2. He works a 1-2-3 9. And we go to extras, tied at 1 with Anthony Rizzo set to lead it off for the Cubs. World Cup is coming to Fox and FS1. Every match live, over 300 hours of coverage. It's the world's biggest sporting event, beginning June 14th on Fox and FS1. To extra innings we go in New York. Anthony Rizzo to lead things off for the Cubs in a 1-1 game against Jerry Blevins, who has really struggled recently. Said that he hasn't been this angry about baseball in a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, not a good place. Strike 1.
Well, based on what we were talking about and swings and everybody trying to win it, this is what we're going to see a little bit more often. Watch how big this swing is, trying to hit it 500 feet. And this is what you run into when the game gets tied and everyone's trying to end it, be the hero.
Rizzo falls behind 0-2 with a pretty big swing himself. He struggled against Blevins, 0 for 7, 3 Ks lifetime. Oh, 2. And the dirt, 1-2. Rizzo tonight, 2 for 3, drove in the lone Cubs run with a base hit in the 6th. Lone Mets run came on a Conforto home run in the bottom of the 6th. Contreras and Schwarber to follow. Two and two.
He's so good with 2 strikes, and obviously we've already documented him choking up on the barrel. A little surprised he didn't take a look at possibly pushing a bunt over to that drastic shift, but now it's a moot point with 2 strikes. There's the choked up rip.
Perfectly placed on the inside corner at the knees for the first out. Joe Madden kind enough to put the mic on for us tonight. A long time ago, Jacob DeGrom was pretty darn good, wasn't he, Joe?
Starter was good, man.
Yeah.
He didn't make many mistakes.
No, I know I've been watching him on video. Well, I pulled out all the videos, and every one I saw, I've looked at a bunch of games. Given a very few homers, a bunch of punch. You know, even the hits are really scattered. And he has this thing where when he gets people on base, he does really good work, which he did again tonight.
It's Albert Almora Jr., who went 0 for 3 against him with a pair of strikeouts. 13 Ks, matching a career high. Blevins to Contreras. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both starters really were fantastic.
Montgomery was great, and you know he's kicking himself. He made one mistake to a left-handed hitter, which lefties don't do much off of him anyways. Fastball in the one spot he couldn't afford it. Hardest hit ball all night. Tied the game up. On the other side, it was a lot of bloops.
The Cubs have 8 hits. How many of them will hit hard? I guess
not many.
The double from Hayward, single from Hayward.
Yeah,
that's it. Two balls and a strike on Wilson Contreras. 2-2. Joe Madden loves this guy. Said earlier this week that if there was a draft, Wilson Contreras would be the first catcher across baseball that he would pick, unprompted. So yes, he's biased. It's his own guy, but went out of his way to say that.
I mean, I could see it from the versatility that he has. You know, he can do a lot, play other positions. Got a cannon. Super athletic.
Now converted third baseman. Didn't start catching until 2012. Just when he was bored one day in instructional leagues. Base is empty. 1 gone in the 10th, and a tie game, and a 3-2. Low for ball 4. The Cubs with a 1-out base runner. Yes, so he was bored, had the day off as third baseman, saw the catcher's gear laying on the floor, decided to put it on and lumber to the bullpen, catch a few side sessions just for fun. And the scouting director saw him and said, "Do you want to try it in the game?" Well, he said, "Sure." 6th inning that day, Wilson, go do it for real. And the rest is history.
I thought you were going to say the scouting director said, "You want a faster way to the big leagues?"
Yeah, maybe that's what he should have said. Wound up being his ticket. 1 on 1 out for Schwarber. Takes a strike. We're talking about the launch angle and how pitchers have started to exploit it. The strikeouts have gone up. Kyle Schwarber's kind of gone in the opposite direction this year. After being really far to one end of the spectrum last year, very high average launch angle, very high number of strikeouts, and has tried to flatten his swing this year. Go figure, he's having his best season, and he's still hitting for power.
Yeah, I think we talk about things like that in baseball and blow it way out of proportion and act as if it's the newest, latest, greatest thing. And it really, talking to Joe Madden, he was like, look, that's really not the proper way to hit. And what he's doing now is more of the proper way to attack a baseball. When you think about a high fastball, you can't get underneath a high fastball and lift it. You actually have to go down with a flatter swing and attack that fastball in a different plane.
1-2.
I almost think in a weird way, it's like we throw these things out in baseball and then we're so obsessed with it. It's like standing in the middle of the parking lot pointing up. Just point up and watch how many people just look up at nothing.
I would look up.
Yeah, you just stand there pointing, and I think we do that sometimes almost too much in the game. We're like, launch angle, look at that 38-degree, optimum 25-degree. Look at, when the reality is it's not that easy to do, and you can't just flip a switch and ask people to just all of a sudden change the style of hitting.
Squirrel.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there. I'm still trying to figure out which putter I'm going to use.
Schwarber 4 home runs in his last 10 games, even with a focus on that level cut. Contreras at first, a 1-2. Cracks his bat on a pop that'll be dropped by Cabrera. Tough play to second. Rock in a hard place for Wilson Contreras there. Cabrera's able to recover and get the second out.
Yeah, that was a tough play, and probably a play you would make more times out of not. And a huge read for the runner. He's in no man's land. You've got to anticipate he's going to catch this, and then once he sees it pop out, he was able to get to it, recognize where the ball was, but Contreras has no chance. This is, yeah, he did the best he could and tried to get to second base.
So he and Schwarber trade places. And with 2 out, up comes Albert Almora.
Trying to see where they put their where do they put the mound visits at this joint? Usually have
That's a good question.
On left field. Ah, left field. I got it. Here we go. We get an extra one.
That's one of those things that's similar to what you're talking about with the extra innings thing, where everybody thinks it's going to be jarring by putting a runner on and then you get used to it. I don't know about you, but I don't even think about the mound visit thing anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You get used to any rule change or any kind of difference over time, and you just deal with it.
1 ball, no strikes. Good stop there by Plawecki, holding Schwarber at first. How about the idea, did you see on The Athletic, Jason Stark talking with David Sampson, the old president of the Marlins? He had the idea of the wild card player, where in the 9th inning when you're trailing, you can have anybody you want come up to hit again and again and again. So say you want Mike Trout. Mike Trout doubles to start the inning. You put a runner on second for him, bring him back up, and have him hit again. Drastic.
Well, but I'd be actually more in favor for having a Mike Trout hit once in a spot that is not in his order. I don't know about keep hitting. But I think anything you do to spruce the game or do things that's going to create excitement, no one has a disadvantage. You know,
Right.
One could argue, well, there's only one Mike Trout. Well, yeah, but in a situation like that, if you utilize that access to say, I can take him out of the, let's say he's coming up 5th, and I can bat him in the 9th in a different spot, yeah.
3-0 on Almora. Think about the drama that create.
Players, basically, if you'd asked me back in the day when I was playing, hey, John, what about the state of the game? What do you think about? I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about being the best version of myself I can be. So tell me the rules, and I'll find a way to be that. So anything that comes down that's change-oriented or different, yeah, players are going to be at the time like, I don't know about this slide and second base rule, or home plate. It's no big thing after a time.
That's a 4-pitch walk. First and second with 2 gone. And before Addison Russell comes up, Dave Island comes out, we go down to Kenny.
Well, guys, I spoke with the commissioner this week and did an exclusive interview with him for The Athletic. And we talked about the game and the state of the game, all the things John is talking about. And he said something that is very telling. There is a growing recognition that analytics have produced certain trends in the game that we may need to be more proactive about reversing. There are owners that feel that way. There are fans that feel that way. I went on to ask him about banning shifts and how that might affect certain things. And he basically said, we anticipated that hitters would adjust, going the other way, bunting, doing different things. They haven't adjusted, and that is why they have to take a closer look.
That's exactly right. And if you're the commissioner of any sport, your main goal is to look long term and protect the fan base of wanting to always come and watch a game. And certainly the game times are getting out of hand, by the way. So they've done little things to help that. And there's more things coming. Pitch clock, certain things that have been talked about. So I'm all for it. And I'd ask the same question no matter what comes down the pipe. Who has a disadvantage? Nobody.
19 Ks in this one. 2 on, 2 out, 10th inning. Addison Russell with a chance to break this 1-1 tie. Takes strike 1 from Jerry Blevins. Franchise record for the Mets, by the way, 20.
In any kind of game, or
Yeah.
10 inning, 9 inning. Wow. Wow.
1999 actually against the Cubs at Wrigley. Struck out 20. Al Leiter was a big part of that. Had 15 of the 20 Ks that day. Here it's Jacob DeGrom with 13 of the 19.
Did they win that game?
I'm waiting. Clearly, I'm getting this information fed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know all that.
Al's son just got word. Al's son threw a no-hitter. He's headed to Vanderbilt, I believe. Very pitching-rich school.
One of their alums starting against Verlander tonight, David Price. Russell, who is 0 for 4 tonight, trying to come through in the 10th. Cubs trying to take advantage of a pair of Blevins walks on this 1-1 pitch. It's nowhere close, and it's 2-1. Hanzo Robles.
Russell, you got to sit on a fastball until he can prove he can get a breaking ball over.
Taps one left side. Will be a tough play. The throw not in time, and the base is loaded. Infield single for Addison Russell.
Yeah, once he feels it, as a left-hander making the turn, you got to understand that Russell can get down the line. All he did was bring in a risk of throwing that ball away. It's hard to eat it. You always think you can make a play when you're on the mound. Be very careful on this first pitch.
Ian Happ, free swinging as anybody. Bases loaded in the 10th inning in a tie game. Blevins pitches, and Happ takes a strike. Cubs tonight have had their opportunities, but with the bases loaded, they're 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
That's amazing. Not so much with DeGrom on the mound, I guess, but nonetheless.
Still. Happ hits one down the line, but it hooks foul. That's why he said be careful. He's got thunder in that bat, but he's behind 0-2.
So now off of that, bounce a curveball on his back foot. He just threw a fastball in. He pulled it. Foul.
Oh, 2. He did bounce one. Happ took it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. Got to make it look a little bit more over the middle of the plate so the hitter recognizes it might be a strike. That one started too low. You got one more pitch to try and do that if you want your Blevins, but he hasn't shown the command of that breaking ball at all in this inning, putting a lot of pressure on his fastball to throw strikes with it.
Facing a guy with the highest strikeout rate in the National League, and Ian Happ, who's got him loaded in the 10th. 1-2. Struck him out. Blevins out of the bases loaded jam in the 10th. bottom 10, tied at 1. Joe Davis, John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal. Jerry Blevins able to get out of a bases loaded jam in the top of this inning. How about the Mets bullpen tonight, throwing up several zeros, giving the offense a chance. Adrian Gonzalez takes ball 1 from Luke Farrell. Last walk-off home run came against the Mets 8 years ago. Rolled to second. And Zobrist throws him out, 1 away.
This is one of those games where for the Cubs, you know, they feel good about their team, where they're going. Yes, they're in second place behind the Brewers, but not that this is make or break for the Mets. This means that much more to the Mets if they can win a game like this. Another great pitching performance out of DeGrom. Offense has not come through at home. They've struggled at home, but they got to get a feel-good, shake hands kind of reversal that has really taken its toll since that 11-1 start. It's been tough sledding.
This is the guy who's produced the most magic this year, Brandon Nimmo, taking ball 1 high. 0 for 4 tonight, but 5 home runs in his last 11 games. On a 1-0. Fouls it off. Boy, that got a chunk of Contreras. Shake it off. 1-1. Caught more innings than anybody in the National League this year.
No, thank you. It's the only position I didn't play. No chance.
Top of the zone, 1-2. Never wanted to, never interested.
Not really. No, that's a tough gig right there. More power to the guys that can do it for a long time. On your knees and flexibility and
Two and two.
I'll tell you what I did do is I put on hockey goalie equipment. Holy cow, is that heavy?
When did you do that?
For a spoof at the MLB Network. I was trying to make an entrance and I deliberately fell. And of course, everybody in the world thought I fell on accident. But I couldn't get back up.
Nemo corks on by the back foul.
There was no way to get back up. There was too much equipment. I had a new appreciation for goalies and the pads and everything that got to wear to get there. You know, goalies and catchers. Wow.
To have to take the equipment off while you laid on the ground?
No, I just asked my man DeRosa, come on now, seriously, pick me up, help me up.
Nemo starting with one out in the 10th, swings and misses, and two gone. Well, on this date in baseball history, June 2nd, 1925, Lou Gehrig replaces Wally Pipp as the Yankees' first baseman. Second game of 2,130 in a row for the Iron Horse after he had pinch hit the day before, and then on this same date, 16 years later, passed away.
You know, I think about two names that as every baseball player will know, and it's Wally Pipp and the Mendoza line, right? Like those are two names that wonder how they would have felt about that. It's just like you became known for a famous name because of Lou Gehrig and what he did.
Asdrubal Cabrera takes it high. You know, in a sport largely defined by failure, those two guys, in a way, known because of it. Cabrera's 0 for 4, 1 for his last 18.
Look at that stance. Are you kidding me? See how flexible? Now you can do that with nobody on, but that was awfully enticing for Farrell to get the ball to that area. Look at that. Wow. That is just perfect. And of course he wants the call because he didn't move the glove, so it meant he set up a little too far off in the beginning.
Speaking of goalies, looked like one stretching there. 2 and 2.
I think Tony Pena used to do that a lot when he was his playing days. Luke Farrell's done a great job coming in. Tight game.
And he gets Cabrera. Quick work of the Mets in the 10th. On to the 11th, tied at 1. Championship season, the Cubs, a third of the way through the season, were way ahead of the pack at 39-15, but last year sat at 500. Had to chase the Brewers down, as they're having to do again this year, although with a better record at 31-23, having won 5 of 6. On to the 11th inning in this game, still tied at 1, and Hansel Robles, who has really struggled, comes on.
Yeah, and he's got a good arm and a lot of movement to his pitches, but command again. Velocity is not a question, but sometimes the command and pitch locations comes back to haunt you.
Only scoring in this game came in the 6th. Rizzo's RBI single in the top half. Conforto's home run in the bottom half. Top of the order against Robles. Then Zobrist takes ball 1. Robles just came off of the disabled list. He was the losing pitcher in the first game of this series, and he's allowed a home run in 4 of his last 5 outings. That's a high fly ball down the right field line. Nimmo waits forever for that thing to come tumbling out of the sky. 1 away. And Luke Farrell will hit for himself. Jason Hayward was double switched out of this game with his first 4-hit game of the season. And this is that spot in the order. Encouraging sign for him. 1-0.
Yeah, the question's going to be, can he get reconnected to the power? You know, some homers they were hoping would translate in his new digs of Wrigley Field.
Hit 27 of them in 2012 in Atlanta. Just hasn't had the same kind of season offensively since then. 3 balls and no strikes on Luke Farrell in his first career plate appearance. And Chris Bryant on deck. Strike 1.
That's the downside of facing a guy that you know has no chance to hit you, and all you want to do is throw strikes, and you just decel just a little bit, or you're just not as committed.
So like that 2-foot putt
Yeah. Yeah, no big deal. I'm going to throw strikes here, and next thing you know, you're back 3-0. He's worked it to back 3-2.
And he strikes him out. Just took him a while to get there.
So
now he's
tied the record
with Bryant, huh?
They've tied their own franchise record. Is that right?
Just said it. Just said it. 21.
That's all right.
Joe Maddon wearing the mic tonight. Strike one on Bryant. He obviously didn't work, but what he said, if you're not a lip reader, he should take all three. And he did. Robles found the zone with 3 in a row. Chris Bryant has a home run against him. Behind 0-1, and now 1-1.
Can't leave one middle in. Oh.
Got one in the hands. Pop up to second. 1, 2, 3, 11 for Hansel Robles. The Mets coming up again, trying to win it. Most of the country will see these Mets host the Yankees at 7 o'clock Eastern. Astros and Rangers in other parts of the country, and the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox. You can also stream it live on Fox Sports Go. To the bottom of the 11th, heart of the order for the Mets, and it's going to be Luke Farrell again on a night where Joe Maddon's bullpen is a little bit short. First pitch. He swings and fouls it back. Good stuff from Farrell tonight.
Yeah, you just don't want to throw that same pitch he just threw right there. That 2 of those, and he's not getting the ball back. But he's been great, missing the bats, below the zone, spotting the fastball.
One ball, one strike. Jose Bautista, in those 333 home runs, has never hit a walk-off. Would you believe that?
Hard to believe.
Ah.
Somebody did some good digging there.
It's Tim Peterson getting loose down in the Mets pen. A 1-2, a tie. 333 home runs, no walk-offs. Of course, that famous one in the division series a few years back.
You think it's a walk-off, but it's not.
8th inning. Waits on this 2-2 from Farrell. Painted for the first out of the 11th. And now it's Michael Conforto, whose home run is accounted for all the Mets scoring. Batting in the cleanup spot tonight, and look at the lack of production from Mets hitters in this spot. Major League average slugging is .465 out of the cleanup spot. The Mets are at .270. One home run from the cleanup spot.
Yeah. It's hard to pin it on one guy, but Cespedes not in the lineup affects the Mets more dramatically than anybody else in this division, with maybe the exception of Harper with the Nationals.
Flips this one into short left field. Way out there with Schwarber, but he can easily catch it. And 2 away. And Luke Farrell has retired all 8 that he's faced. He's one batter from matching his career-long outing. And Jose Reyes to the plate to pinch hit. By several measures, one of the worst hitters in baseball this year. But the injuries happening around him keep giving him new life, allowing him to stick around.
One of the most feared leadoff hitters in the game.
Once upon a time.
I'm telling you, facing him was not. I mean, he made jumps. He was very vulnerable when he got called up. But then he made adjustments, and he made life miserable at the plate and on the bases when he got on the base.
4-time All-Star. The active leader in steals. Won a batting title.
Yeah, I did not like facing this guy.
Here's a 1-1 to him. He's behind it, 1-2.
I mean, that is evident by his average. His timing is so bad. The ball is in the glove as he's gearing up to catch up for it.
Fly ball center field, routine. Almora and Schwarber. It's Almora for a 1-2-3 11th. On to the 12th in New York. Heart of the order coming up for Chicago. playing into the night here in New York City. 1-1 game to the 12th. Joe Davis, John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal. Glad you're sticking with us. Tim Peterson on for his third game as a big leaguer, and he's got to face the heart of the Cubs order. Anthony Rizzo takes a strike.
Fastball straight over the top, but you're going to see a lot of changeups. He throws a pretty good changeup off of that over-the-top delivery. Occasional breaking ball. But a good changeup. See some.
Rizzo fouls it off. It's 0-2. So Rizzo, Contreras, and Schwarber coming up. Rizzo's RBI single back in the 6th, which feels like an eternity ago. Counting for the Cubs run in this game. Cubs trying to get their 6th win out of their last 7, trying to take the first 3 from the Mets. Gets in on him, but he fights it off for a base hit into center. Leadoff single, Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they tried to slider him in instead of change up away, but that's Rizzo at his best. He is not going to give an at bat away by just trying to wail and bail. You see the slider or cutter version of it. Strong enough to get it out.
10th hit tonight. I think the 7th or 8th bloop hit. Here's Contreras. Inside, ball 1. Two and all. Peterson trying to keep up what has been a welcome surprise from the bullpen tonight. 4 shutout innings and an ERA close to 8 over the last 2 weeks as they've gone through this 3-9 stretch. Dangerous pitch here. A 2-0. Contreras smacks it on the ground to third. There's 1 and 2. Peterson induces the double plate away from clean.
You know, for the Mets bullpen, in a weird way, they didn't have the lead in DeGrom's game, so maybe the pressure was off and trying to preserve what seems like every time he goes out, as we see this double play easily turned.
2 out, bases empty for Schwarber. Does that become a thing?
Oh, man.
Like mentally?
Yeah, guys aren't going to say it publicly, but you start reading and seeing the work that a guy does for 7, 8 innings and he doesn't get rewarded at the end and the team doesn't get rewarded. It's a double-edged sword that just starts pressing every time you go out there.
Ball 1 on Schwarber.
There are times, where a manager will go to that particular starter and say, hey, for whatever reason, this guy I bring in after you is a funk. I will not bring him in the next time you pitch.
Schwarber into right center field. Conforto coming on, won't get there. Ducks North City.
Oh, this is going to be one of the greatest videos to show if you want to show how contact can be rewarded. It's
yeah, right.
I mean, this has been a display of just doink them here and there and big swings. The outfielder has to play deep, respect the power, cut off the double. And another 2-out hit.
9 of the 11 hits tonight. Below average as far as how hard they're hit. Inning kept alive for Almora. Tied at 1 in the 12th as he takes a strike. A 24-year-old, a 6th overall pick in 2012 at a high school in Florida. In fact, Theo Epstein's first pick as the head man in Chicago. Unable to lay off here, and it's 0-2.
These kind of games can crush your batting average the longer they go, and some guys have been rewarded with some hits. I want to say Turner had a hitting streak with the Nationals coming into this. I think he went 0 for 7. The Braves and the Nationals went, was it 14 innings?
Yeah,
We're trying to, we don't want them to upstage
no
the night, right?
Right.
I mean, this has got 15 at least right now.
At least. Peterson, we'll check on first. Yeah, Turner had a 13-game hitting streak coming in, which was a career best.
I didn't see how the game ended, how they scored the runs, but at one point he was 0 for 7.
Wrong day to not feel good.
Yeah. He had plenty of opportunities to keep it going as the game prolonged.
Almora hits one off with the glove of Peterson, calmly picks it up and sends us to the bottom of the 12th. Tied at 1. Baseball Night at America rolls on from New York. To the bottom of the 12th, and Luke Farrell for his 4th inning of work. Plawecki, Guillorme, Rosario coming up. So this is the longest outing of his major league career, but he is a starter in the minors and he's thrown as many as 90 pitches there. But plenty left in the tank for him. This is 0-1. Strike 2.
But your biological clock says, man, it's awfully late for me to be getting in the game this late and pitch this many innings. Time-wise.
Past 11 here in New York. And he gets a strikeout. He's retired all 10 that he's faced.
It's a fantastic job when you talk about the need for eating up innings and no one has been able to score. He throws his fastball where he needs to and then spins the breaking ball, making it look easy and making a good impression for potential down the road.
To 6th strikeout. And with 1 gone in the 12th, it's Guillorme. Was 0 for his last 11, has 2 hits tonight.
It reminds me a little bit, not a little bit of Kyle Hendricks and how he goes about it, his mechanics, and not overpowering, but although he throws harder than Kyle Hendricks does.
Hook to right. Playable for Happ. Has the baby face going too.
Get carded for the next 10 years of his life.
11 up, 11 down for him. Tied at 1, 12th inning. And Ahmed Rosario to the plate. By the way, Trey Turner 0 for 7. So the hitting streak ends with an 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts.
So now Freddie Freeman has the longest hitting streak. I think he got snuck out 1 hit in that game.
It's ball one on Rosario. Did you hear how the Nationals won it?
No.
14th, Max Scherzer pinch hit RBI single.
Oh my! Is he the perfect guy for that team? By the way, personality-wise, energy, keeping the guys loose, coming off the bench. That's a no-lose situation. That's a dream situation for a pitcher. You got nothing to lose, everything to gain when you go up to bat in that situation. And then what you do is the next day, when they're having a hitters meeting, you show up. You show up like I did a couple times. I got kicked out profusely, by the way. I said, what? I just hit a homer. Isn't this a hitters meeting?
Love it. 2-1. Rosario rolls one through, base hit. First base runner against Farrell. He thought about trying to extend it. Schwarber, number 2 in the National League in outfield assists, thought better of it.
So right about now, how are you thinking about the? You liking the extra innings rule that has been proposed?
Yeah, it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, guys, this rolls on. Gonzalez with 2 out. One and 0.
This is actually a good matchup for Gonzalez and not so much for Luke Farrell, because Gonzalez does not swing uncontrollably or off balance, and so he's not going to be fooled by the separation of fastball and curveball for the most part. Although he did come out of his shoes right there to try and end something, but prototypically in his at-bats, he's not trying to pull everything, is what I'm trying to say.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 game, last of the 12th. Gonzalez 1 for 2 since coming in the 7th. And just one position player left for the Mets, by the way, Jose Lobaton, their 3rd catcher. Farrell's 1-1. Outside for ball 2. Winning run at first. Gonzalez bounces one slowly into the shift. That's Zobrist. That's 12 innings in the books to the 13th. The advent of the Division Series 1995, 3 teams have played in 4 more consecutive LCSs. Handsome guy in the middle there. The Braves, first group to do it. Yankees made 4 in a row, won 3 World Championships. Cardinals did it 2011 through 14, and the Cubs trying to be the next to do it. They've made 3 consecutive trips to the National League Championship Series. Addison Russell starting this 13th against Tim Peterson. Chasing. Ugly. 0-2. Five scoreless innings out of the Mets bullpen. Second inning for Peterson. 0-2.
Cubs, however, have been getting length out of one guy. Luke Farrell's done a great job keeping him in it. Mets are going to need a couple more guys.
Peterson off to a good start. He sits down Russell.
That's that changeup. Comes over the top with a fastball and just bottom drops out. You see the movement. And the hitter just doesn't recognize the spin being different than a fastball spin.
Ian Happ. Ball 1. Cubs have struck out 22 times in this game. That is a franchise record for Mets pitching. Mets, meanwhile, have struck out 14 times. So that's 36 total.
A little bit of ways away from the Yankees. Cubs combined total of strikeouts not too long ago. Is that 48? Is that right?
48 sounds right, yeah. 2-1 on Happ. They run out of paper there on the K board. Just using tape now. Saving trees. On a 2-1 pitch, Ian Happ tries to lay off, but he gets a piece of that bat, and it's 2-2. And the thing is, it's not like it's Aroldis Chapman coming in mowing guys down. It's Tim Peterson in his 3rd game in the majors. It's Luke Farrell. He's hardly been used in the majors, and they're racking up these strikeouts like they're Aroldis Chapman. The 2-2. Happ hits it hard. That's through, base hit. 1-out single for Ian Happ.
I do think a part of it philosophically is guys get to this point and they're trying to be the hero, you know, and this was a big swing that changed up a little bit out in front, but he got enough of it to get by Gonzo, and Zobrist is the right guy at the plate. We don't see runners go much anymore. We don't see action. We don't see hit and runs, but I don't know. Joe might try to get something going as Farrell looks like he's going to be on deck. I don't know if that's another decoy or if he's going to just keep on plugging.
Do have Javier Baez available. Cubs have struck out 22 times in a game where Javier Baez isn't playing. Bounce back year for Ben Zobrist after that injury-riddled campaign last year. Putting up some of the best numbers of his career. Takes inside. It's 1-0. He's turned 37 years old, oldest member of this roster, in his 13th year in the majors now. There's Baez. He and Jimenez, all that's left for Joe Maddon as far as position players. The 1-0. Ball 2.
It's a good count. You can do so many different things if you're Joe Maddon on this count. Certainly you want Zobrist to kind of keyhole something on a 2-0 count.
Here it comes. Runner goes. Throw to second. Off of the glove of Rosario. And Happ's headed for third.
That's exactly what Joe Madden did. He decided to make something happen on a 2-0 count, trusting his hitter. But the execution of the Mets, he's out if they make this play. And of course, Zobrist didn't swing as he peeks in. Zobrist didn't like the pitch away. And you can just see that Rosario didn't come up with it.
Call it E2. His pitch was a ball, so they put Zobrist on and bring up Luke Farrell.
So now you got all kinds of options for the Cubs, who are well known for safety squeeze and different kind of tricks up a Joe Madden's type team. But I think this is going to simply be having the pitcher, in my opinion, lay one down, and if the scenario is right and the read from Happ, you could potentially get a run home that way.
Now Luke Farrell in his pro career doesn't have a single sacrifice bunt. At the corners in a tie game in the 13th. Farrell squares. The pitch, runner goes and then holds. Good secondary lead over there from Zobrist.
Based on that first attempt, I can see why he may not have.
Yeah. We're living in a world where Luke Farrell is at the game for the second, or at the plate for the second time in the game, trying to win it for the Cubs. Quickly 0-2. Bryant on deck. Cubs have had their opportunities in this game with a dozen hits, but they've left 15 men on. Down, swinging, 2 out. Joe Madden not wanting to pull the trigger with one of his remaining hitters there. And putting it in the hands of Chris Bryant. Is that much trust in Chris Bryant? Is that much worry about what's left in the bullpen?
Yeah, he was guaranteed to get at least Bryant up if Farrell didn't do anything crazy at the plate, so he liked his options here.
Strike one. Peterson attacks that inside corner.
But in a normal situation, of course, you're going to pinch hit if you got Baez on the bench and your pen is available to be utilized for gosh knows how many more innings tonight.
Here comes an 0-1. And Bryant fouls it off, strike 2. Chris has not been immune to the strikeout tonight, even though he's cut him down this year. He's 1 for 6. He's gone down swinging 3 times.
This game just has a feeling that the Cubs are going to find a way to dink one more in. They've been doing it all the way to this situation, and then Mets pitchers have been able to get the big out when they need it with runners on.
Peterson's 0-2. Bryant takes high and Zobrist takes second.
Very good play. Now puts pressures on the infielders. Bryant, who runs pretty well. Rosario's playing awfully deep. That's short, so a weakly hit ball down that area might be trouble.
0-1-2. Bryant strikes out swinging. The Cubs have stranded 17 tonight to the bottom of the 13th, still tied at 1. Of the 13th, they're hanging around. Glad you are too. Tied at 1. How's your arm feeling, Smoltzy?
Well, better than my official score sheet because I gave up in the 7th inning.
You've done half the game then.
Yeah.
Almost 400 pitches thrown. Top of the order for New York, Brandon Nimmo showing bunt and taking ball 1 from Luke Farrell, who's had quite the performance. Just 1 base runner over 4 shutout innings. Nimmo, who's been red hot coming in, 0 for 5, 3 Ks his last 3 times up. Fouls it off 1-1. Who's it going to be?
You know who I hope it's not going to be?
Who?
Is a trip to the minors for Luke Farrell for the wonderful work that he's done in extending himself in all of these pitches and not being available for 2, 3, 4 days. That's the part of the game I hate. Roster moves. Because all the innings you got to, you know, again, just another point of extra innings are not good for anybody.
Only hit was a softly rolled single into left from Ahmed Rosario last inning. Mets haven't had a man in scoring position since the 7th. On a 1-2. Nimmo dribbles it foul. "25-year-old from Wyoming. Highest pick ever out of that state. He was taken 13th overall in 2011. Leading off the 13th against Farrell. A 1-2. Takes it by the hands for ball 2.
That's a great pitch and a great take. The two can exist. But he went up there and really you could see the twitch of Nimmo almost ready to pull the trigger. You throw a curveball off of that with his back foot. The changeup. See, that variance right there is too big. The reason I like curveballs because it starts on the same plane of the fastball, but that changeup started so low that the two don't work. You're not going to get us unless a super aggressive hitter. The hitter remembers the last pitch location that was thrown height-wise.
Back to a fastball, and it's hit foul.
So that's why typically in baseball, if you have a good high fastball that a guy swings or gets called strike, and you got a good curveball, you follow those two. If you got a low fastball and a slider, great combination, or a changeup. They're working off the same plane.
8th pitch coming here to Brandon Nimmo, leading off the 13th. It's a 3-2. And another foul ball.
It's rare, unless you have the aggressiveness of like a Baez. It's rare that a guy swings at the letters and then swings at the pitch in the dirt. That's just that's truly rare.
Nimmo really making him work. Another payoff pitch. And a high fly ball to right center field. Back to the wall with a leap and a catch from Ian Happ. And Nimmo the first out of the 13th.
Dangerous 3-2 pitch into a lefty and down. And Nimmo, watch where this pitch was down right in that nitro zone. And Happ does a nice job getting back to the wall, playing deep already.
Farrell just keeps on going. One gone in the 13th, and it's Asdrubal Cabrera, who does lead the Mets in homers. Ball 1. This is supposed to be a team that was going to hit a ton of home runs. They set franchise record, back-to-back seasons, but no Cespedes, no Frazier, and Cabrera's leading them in homers. Haven't gotten the power from Bruce. Prior to tonight, hadn't had much power from Conforto.
Yeah, this offense has been streaking in the wrong the wrong way, the wrong trends. When some 2 or 3 guys get hot, you can carry a club. That's why, you know, even when you think back to the Mets getting Cespedes in that historic 2-month run that he basically put them on their back offensively, that just can't happen on a yearly basis. No matter how good somebody is, you need contributions. Pitchers are going to pitch around a Cespedes. So when a couple guys get hot, it makes the rest of the lineup better because the pitcher has fear factor. There's fear in the lineup. That's what makes the Yankees so incredibly difficult. The benefactor of the Yankees lineup is 7, 8, 9 because the pitch fatigue, getting through those big home run hitters, start playing to the 7, 8, 9 hitters, and they're by the way, they're pretty good, those young kids.
Right.
And that's why their length of their lineup is so good.
It's like the Astros had last year. There were just no breaks.
Exactly right.
Difference was they didn't strike out.
Yep.
3 balls, 1 strike on Cabrera. Here it comes. 3-2. Struble Cabrera, who ruffled some feathers last summer when he publicly asked to be traded after the Mets asked him to move off short. With Rosario on his way. First they asked him to go to third and now to second. And he settled in as the everyday guy there and is having his best season in his 12th season. Really, he's had a few good years in New York. He's hit .285 in his 2+ seasons. He's hit 47 home runs. He's played through a lot of nagging injuries. His knee, hamstring, thumb injury. He waits on a 7th pitch from Luke Farrell after time is called. Payoff. Popped up and out of play.
Fans are hanging in here. What did they start? What did we say, 35,000 or so?
32. What do you think's left?
16, maybe a little less. Probably down to 14.
Strike 3 called to the outside corner. 7 Ks for Luke Farrell. Over 4 2/3 shutout innings. Only 1 base runner against him. And now Jose Bautista comes up. This is what's left. Just Lobetone for the Mets. And out of their bullpen, 3 pieces. Bautista hits a fly ball to left center field. That ball's back there and off the base of the wall. Bautista into second with a 2-out double. First time they've had a runner in scoring position, John, since the 7th.
Yeah, you can see Bautista frustrated. A lot of those swings usually result in a home run. And that one more towards the end of the bat and in the deep part of the alley. First hit it, I thought it had a chance. And then more topspin caused the ball to drop. But I would think they're going to walk Conforto. And
saying he needs to hit the gym, lift a little more weights. You're right, they do put Conforto on, and final position player available to Mickey Callaway is Jose Lobetone coming up here. Getting to the stage of the night where things are going to get weird if somebody doesn't end it soon. Jim Hickey for a visit.
This is a little meeting, go over a little quick scouting report, tell them what the hitter's looking to do, and then execute a plan. And also the outfielders are going to have to get at the depth of which they feel good about their arm on a base hit. So 2 outs, the advantage goes to the Mets because on the crack of the bat, you just take off.
4 2/3 shutout innings. That double for Bautista, only the second hit against him. Well, the game summary won't be long. This is how the run scored. Rizzo punched a base hit to left center to bring home Jason Hayward in the top of the 6th, and then into the bottom of the 6th it was Conforto with a blast to center. That's it. Now Lobaton off of the bench trying to win it, taking a change up, nowhere close, ball 1. Just called up this weekend. Really, so Mickey Callaway had more wiggle room in how to use Kevin Plawecki. Allowed him to play at first base. Some insurance behind the plate for Mesoraco. He's ahead 2-0.
Got to go off speed here, 2-0.
Two and 1.
Got away with it.
Farrell to Lobaton with a 2-1, and it's hit foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
West Coast games are trying to catch up to us.
They're going to succeed.
Yeah.
Not too long.
This is good for me.
Does it?
This is good for me.
How so?
Patience.
Yeah. Working those patience muscles for the Senior Open.
Partly, yeah. Just patience in general.
For life. Good. 2-2. Full count. Now a base hit ends it, no question. As long as he gets it out of the infield. Runners will take off with his full count offering. 1-1 game, bottom of the 13th. Bautista's double, giving the Mets some hope. There they go. Here it comes. It's ball 4. And they're loaded up. Yeah, you don't blame him if he's running on fumes at this point. Here's Plawecki.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job. And either way, he's picked up the ball club with the innings he's eaten up.
Plawecki 0 for 4. Winning run at third. And he rolls it to short. Russell to second. Keep practicing that patience, John Smoltz. We're going to the 14th.
That's it?
That's it. Other than that, ton of contact.
Well, early on, some really good pitching. Late, guys trying to swing for the fences. That adds up to 39 strikeouts.
Anthony Rizzo to lead off the 14th. It's the 3rd inning in extras that he's led off. Took strike 3 call to open the 10th. Single to open the 12th.
Got some funky mechanics coming out of Buddy here.
Buddy Bauman.
Command issues with the fastball at times.
Rizzo swings and misses at the first one.
A little Sid Fernandez kind of drop and drive.
Let's listen to what Joe Madden had to say to Anthony Rizzo before this, AB.
Okay. Hit a home run, you got the pitch.
Tonight.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
High fly ball to right. He tried to, but he missed it, and Nimmo will put it away and end his hopes at pitching. I think Joe Madden was going to have to break a promise.
I think 100%.
Yeah.
He was going to break a promise.
Although Anthony Rizzo for the save would be a fitting way to end this weird one. One away in the 14th. Wilson Contreras.
I know you said he's caught the most innings in the National League, right?
Yeah.
He's earned a day off tomorrow, I would think. Borderline catching a doubleheader tonight.
Got John Lester going tomorrow.
Oh, maybe not. Could use his cannon behind the plate.
That's a good point.
He's young.
Ooh, generous corner. 1-2.
Way generous.
Got a pretty good zone much of the
Yeah.
Trip Gibson, though.
Done a nice job, especially considering what he had to endure. What, in the 4th inning, 3rd
It was
inning?
early. Took one where the sun don't shine. 2-2 on Contreras. Bauman delivers, and Contreras takes it low to run the count full.
Yeah, you take for granted they're the only people on the field that never get to sit down.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, we're standing the whole game doing the broadcast, but only because we choose.
Exactly. Shoots one through the right side, base hit. It's good for you, working while standing.
Yep.
You got standing desks these days and stuff. Lengthens your life.
I agree.
Science.
This game's lengthening my life.
Here's Kyle Schwarber, 1-on, 1-out. One for 5. Strike one.
I still marvel at what Schwarber was able to do. It's still one of the greatest feats. I mean, out all year basically, comes back, World Series, and did what he did. It hurt him for the following year, I'm convinced, and the timing. Baseball players are creatures of habit, and really didn't have a normal routine, and yet they win the World Series. And last year, I'm sure, was a big learning experience from him in the failing department. And he still ended up with 30+ home runs. As bad as it went for him.
Included it emotion. Spent 3 weeks in AAA. You're referencing that 2016 season where he blew out his knee in the second game of the year, then came back for the World Series and had 7 hits and 3 walks in 20 plate appearances. 200 days after his most recent game. He's ahead here 3-1.
It's just unbelievable. I don't care how many baseballs you track in a cage. You didn't see live action for a long time, and incredible.
Schwarber unloads on one foul, and it's 3-2. Had the 6-month checkup on his knee 8 days before the World Series. Took his first batting practice the next day. Went to Arizona, played in 2 Arizona Fall League games, 2 sim games over the next week. Took so many swings that he developed blisters on his hands trying to get ready. And over the course of 4 days in Arizona, says he tracked about 1,300 pitches just to get used to seeing pitches again. And then took a private plane to Cleveland on a Monday night. And the lineup for Game 1 of the World Series Tuesday night. Legendary stuff.
Yep.
3-2. It was after a huge 2015 postseason for him. And 5 home runs. They're booing their own guy. Throwing over. Bautista getting ready. Schwarber fouling it off his foot. Next pitch would be the 8th to Kyle Schwarber. 7th hurt. Always misses the pad, doesn't it?
It's inevitable.
One in the 14th. Kyle Schwarber yanks one to right. That's a base hit. First and second with one away on a Schwarber single.
It's the difference of a pitch down versus a pitch up. Schwarber can time a good heater, that's for sure. Right down the middle, he kind of shortened it off there. You see the follow through, and Contreras had to make sure the ball didn't carry all the way.
So here they go, John. They've got a man in scoring position again. When they do tonight, out of the 14 chances, they've struck out 10 times. It's been an ongoing issue for them all year.
It's pretty amazing when you think about collectively as an offense, they've starting to click.
Yeah, it's amazing they score more than 5 runs per game with the issues they've had with men in scoring position. They lead the National League. Could have a whole lot more. It's also the scary thing. 2-0 on Albert Almora. Boomer bust though, so a little bit misleading, the 5 runs per game. They've been really good in the wins, really bad in the losses. Slash to right center field. Albert Almora breaks through for the Cubs. Drops one to the base of the wall. 1 run is in. Schwarber's headed for the plate. He scores, and the Cubs have taken a 3-1 lead. Almora winds up at third, and for now is the hero on the 14th.
Fastball outer half, goes with it, splits the defenders. The only question was going to be if the throw was good enough, was the second run going to get cut down? see the throw from Cabrera, kind of short hops. Catcher has to make a miracle catch and tag at the same time with Schwarber and his weight loss and new speed.
That's right. So the Cubs with the first run since the 6th on a 2-run double from Albert Almora here in the 14th inning. Scoring Contreras and Schwarber. They put Russell on intentionally and bring Ian Happ up. One ball, no strikes.
And Bautista hasn't been able to get anything over other than a fastball. And Cubs not missing some of those fastballs. There's the closer, newfound closer.
Strike. He's been really good, Brandon Morrow. Farrell's the reason that this game is still going from the Cubs standpoint. 5 shutout innings of relief. 2-1 on Ian Happ.
Fantastic job. And like I said, hopefully he sticks around.
You know, he made an impression at least. See if it translates to him sticking or delayed gratification. Maybe he'll need to practice patience like you.
That's right. Took me 50 years.
It's a walk and the bases are loaded. Mickey Callaway coming out. Cubs have broken through here in the 14th against Buddy Bauman. Bullpen for the Mets untouched until this point, but now behind 3-1. Almora with a 2-run double to break the 1-1 tie in the 14th inning. Bases now loaded after a couple of walks. And Buddy Bauman, the one that cracks. Gerson Bautista.
Live arm, 99 miles an hour. Trouble with the secondary pitches.
Oh, I guess with a fastball, 99.
If he could get a wrinkle Any kind of slider, any kind of breaking ball. Be tough.
Just turned 23. Facing the 37-year-old Ben Zobrist. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, looking ahead to the bottom of the 14th for the Mets. It's the bottom of the order coming up. And they're going to have to do it, it appears, against Brandon Morrow. He's been one of the top closers in baseball this year. Bouncing ball to first, and it sneaks by Gonzalez to break it open. 2 runs in the bank on a double from Zobrist, who gets hung up. Now they throw home, and Ian Happ is tagged out at the plate. So a 4th spot on the 14th for the Cubs.
Fastball, kind of an in-between. Just gets by Gonzalez, and then if I were Zobrist, I would have thought that they were sending him as well, so he gets caught in the rundown. They throw him out at home, but ball down the line certainly looked like they were going to send everybody they could.
Javi Baez makes an appearance here and swings and misses, strike 1. What a year he's having, huh?
Tell you what, keeps making improvements. You'll start seeing those numbers keep going up. Still sometimes expands the zone a little more than Joe would like him to.
Joe Madden said that if he lays off the slider down and away, he's Manny Ramirez.
Yeah, I could see that. Look, this player, when he first broke in, it was going to be shatter record city. I mean, they just couldn't sustain that kind of strikeouts, and now he's made enough adjustments to have the power still part of his arsenal, but his defensive ability and just really the asset they have in this guy is he might be one of those untradeable guys. When his name wouldn't come up if you asked who's untradeable for the Cubs.
Turns on this one, high drive left field. That ball is long gone. Javi Baez, a pinch hit 2-run home run. The Cubs have busted it wide open in the 14th. Majestic. And so a 6-run inning for the Cubs after they managed just 1 over the first 13, and ball 1 on Chris Bryant.
That ain't easy to do, by the way, folks. Sit on the bench for about, what do we got, 4 hours and change or whatever it is?
Looking close to 5.
4:45, sit on the bench, be here all day. Hey, your time to hit. Go face 99, 12 o'clock.
It's Sunday, John.
Who needs sleep?
I'm good.
Yeah.
So your U.S. Open qualifier playoff came 7.5 hours after your final regulation shot.
Yeah, that was fun warming up again.
Bryant flips it to center. Conforto is there to end the 14th. The Cubs explode for 6. Javier Baez with the exclamation. A long 2-run home run. But it's Albert Almora that breaks the tie. And the Cubs looking for the win to the bottom of the 14th. Almora's 2-run double started that explosion. Zobrist had a 2-run double of his own, and then Baez with a 2-run home run and a 7-1 lead for the Cubs to the bottom of the 14th. Luis Guillorme against Brandon Morrow. It's raining, by the way.
Just drizzle.
Just saying. The Cubs on the verge of getting their 6th win out of their last 7 games. Moving to a season high 9 above 500. If the Mets can't come up with a miracle, they'll be 3-10 over their last 12 and now 2 below. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Some changes for you defensively. Happen left. Zobrist from second to right as Baez stays in, and it's Morrow to pitch. He'd gotten ready after the 2-run double. Made it a 3-1 game. No longer a save situation. But they've gotten him up, so they'll use him. Morrow trying to finish off what Luke Farrell did. Guillorme to left field. Happ is there making the catch for the first out of the 14th. Moments ago, Joe Madden.
He's probably got 1 more inning in him, I would imagine, huh? This and the next one. Great job. You're done.
I mean, what an outing. 5 shutout innings for him.
That's huge. It's huge for his career, psyche, mental, you name it. Get a win out of the deal.
Came into the game with 19 big league innings under his belt total. And pitched 5 tonight. Nothing in 2 on Rosario. For the Mets bullpen, some encouraging signs in that they fired 6 shutout innings, but you knew the longer the game went, more of a chance there was that they'd get to the underbelly of it. And it proved to be Buddy Bauman allowing all those runs. Ultimately 6 runs on 5 hits allowed by the pen in that 14th. This one gets a piece of Contreras as if it's not been a long enough night already. 5 hours of catching. No fun.
Slider off the end of the bat. Right off the toe. It doesn't look like staying in the game is a favorable option.
The 14 innings of catching in this game, and instead of the wear and tear, it's 1 foul tip that really has him feeling it. He wants to stay in. This guy's something. More innings than anybody in baseball. Able to take that mantle with Yadier Molina on the disabled list. Salvador Perez as well. Going to stay in. The 1-2. At short. Nice pick by Russell. Rosario runs well and beats it out.
Russell. Deep, short, athletic. Because Rosario can run, this is another great play. Watch how quickly he can get up. Because he turned that way, made it more difficult.
It's a 1-on-1 out in a 7-1 game here in the 14th. Adrian Gonzalez. It's that point of the night where you can hear the individual fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some unhappy Mets fans. Now then in 2. Old teammates facing off here. The Dodgers a year ago. It's amazing what Brandon Morrow's done. The roller coaster career that he's had. Former 5th overall pick. In fact, once upon a time was taken 2 picks ahead of Clayton Kershaw. And then slowed by injuries. But he found something, transition into the bullpen, and a year ago started the season in the minors with the Dodgers, was called up in late May, turned into their high leverage guy. Cashed in with a big contract with the Cubs. Gonzalez with a bullet that's caught by Russell. Back to first to end it. In 14 innings, the Cubs win it 7-1. And so the Cubs have won 6 of 7. They had to wait 4 hours and 53 minutes to get that 6th out of their last 7. They can thank Luke Farrell for his relief work. 5 shutout innings and his 2nd win, and the explosion in the top of the 14th to take it. Be back here to New York in just a moment.